Meanwhile, in Philadelphia, someone is writing yet another letter about Thanksgiving in an editorial office in 1863, the 47th this year to be exact, while the nation tears itself apart in civil war. Welcome, friend. You've wandered into another quiet corner of history, where patience and persistence shape the world more than drama or spectacle. Tonight, we're settling into the editor's chair at Godey's Lady's Book, where Sarah Josepha Hale spent decades doing something that sounds impossibly boring, writing letters about a holiday, the same holiday, over and over, for 17 years. Here at a mahogany desk in Philadelphia, surrounded by manuscripts and correspondence and the endless details of publishing, you'll discover that even the most significant changes in American life can come through the most ordinary of work. Consistent, patient, undramatic labour performed day after day after day. So before you settle in with me at this desk, take a moment to like this video and subscribe, so we can keep bringing you more tales from history's quieter corners. Let me know in the comments what you're grateful for this season. It seems appropriate, given our subject. Now get comfortable, let the weight of the day settle away from you, and allow the small steady details of editorial work in the 1800s to guide you gently toward rest. The editorial offices of Godey's Lady's Book occupy the third floor of a brick building on Chestnut Street in Philadelphia, and the stairs that lead up from the street level are worn smooth by decades of feet. Editors, authors, illustrators, typesetters, and the occasional persistent visitor hoping to have their work published in America's most influential women's magazine. Sarah Josepha Hale climbs these stairs at precisely 8:30 every morning, the same time she's arrived for nearly 20 years. The climb requires more effort now than it did when she first began this work in 1837, but at 65 years old, in this September of 1863, she maintains the discipline and routine that have always characterized her approach to life and labor. Each step has its own character, worn in specific patterns by the thousands of ascents over the years. The third step from the bottom has a slight depression on the right side, where most people naturally place their foot. The seventh step creaks distinctly when weight is applied to its center. The landing between the second and third floors has a window that looks out onto an alley where morning light filters through, creating patterns on the worn wooden floor. It is September of 1863. The nation has been at war with itself for more than 2 years. Young men are dying in fields across Virginia and Tennessee and Pennsylvania. President Lincoln issued the Emancipation Proclamation 8 months ago. The Battle of Gettysburg ended just 2 months past, leaving thousands dead, and the nation still uncertain of its future. The newspapers this morning carried lists of casualties from some skirmish near Chattanooga, columns of names, ages, regiments, next of kin. Sarah read them over her breakfast porridge, as she does every morning, scanning for names she might recognize, for connections to Philadelphia families, for the human cost behind political abstractions about Union and Confederacy. But here, in this editorial office, the work continues with the same steady rhythm it has always maintained. Magazines must be published, articles must be edited, correspondence must be answered, and letters, particular letters, about a particular subject, must be written. The door to the editorial suite is made of dark wood with a frosted glass panel that reads, Godey's Lady's Book, Editorial Department, in gold lettering that catches the morning light streaming through the stairwell windows. Sarah turns the brass knob, slightly loose, it's been needing tightening for months, and enters the domain where she has spent so much of her adult life. The knob's looseness is one of those minor problems that never quite rises to the level requiring immediate attention, but also never gets fixed. Every morning Sarah notices it. Every morning she thinks about mentioning it to the building superintendent, and every morning more urgent matters take precedence. The knob will probably remain loose until it breaks completely, at which point it will suddenly become urgent enough to warrant action. The main editorial office is a large room with high ceilings and tall windows facing east, capturing the morning light that makes reading and writing possible without excessive reliance on gas lamps. The ceilings are perhaps 12 feet high, painted white though yellowing slightly with age and exposure to gas lamp smoke. The walls are lined with bookshelves, holding back issues of the magazine, reference volumes, dictionaries in multiple languages, and bound collections of correspondence organised by year. The bookshelves are built from dark wood, probably oak, though Sarah has never asked, and extend from floor to ceiling, accessed by a rolling ladder that slides along a brass rail. The shelves are packed tightly, books standing upright and stacked horizontally where vertical space runs out. Some volumes are leather-bound and well-preserved, while others show wear from constant consultation. Cracked spines, dog-eared pages, covers that have faded from their original colours. Her desk sits near the largest window, positioned to take advantage of the natural light. It's a substantial piece of furniture made from mahogany, with multiple drawers and cubbyholes for organising the constant flow of paper that defines editorial work. The desktop is large enough to spread out manuscripts for review, though Sarah has learned to keep it relatively tidy, not out of natural inclination toward neatness, but because the volume of material requiring her attention makes organisation a practical necessity, rather than an aesthetic choice. The desk measures approximately 4 feet wide and 2.5 feet deep, with a height that requires Sarah to sit in a chair that's slightly higher than standard. The chair itself is wooden, with a leather seat cushion that has moulded to her shape over years of use. The cushion needs replacing, the leather is cracked in places and the padding has compressed, but like the loose doorknob, this never quite becomes urgent enough to address. The desk itself has a history. It was purchased for the editorial office in 1842 during the magazine's period of rapid growth, from a furniture maker whose workshop was 3 blocks away on Market Street. The craftsman's son still operates the business, and Sarah occasionally sees him when walking through that neighbourhood. The wood has darkened slightly over the decades, taking on the patina that comes from thousands of hours of use, from countless documents reviewed and letters written. There's a small ink stain near the left corner that no amount of cleaning has ever quite removed, the result of an overturned inkwell during a particularly hectic production deadline in 1847. Sarah remembers that day vividly. The November issue was behind schedule. 3 authors had failed to deliver promised content, and the printer was threatening penalties if materials weren't delivered on time. In her rush to review page proofs, Sarah knocked over the inkwell, creating a spreading pool of black ink that soaked into the wood before she could contain it. The stain has faded over the years, but remains visible if you know where to look. Sarah sometimes traces its outline with her finger during moments of contemplation, remembering that frantic November day and how the crisis resolved itself through extra hours and frantic effort. Most crises do resolve themselves, she's learned, if you're willing to do the work required. She removes her bonnet, a modest affair in dark blue that suits both her age and her professional position, and hangs it on the brass hook near the door. The same hook she's used every morning for years. The hook itself is slightly tarnished now, the brass showing through the polish in places where her hand has repeatedly grasped it. Her shawl follows, revealing a dress in practical grey fabric with minimal ornamentation. The dress is made from wool, chosen for its durability rather than its beauty. Fashion is a subject the magazine covers extensively. Entire pages devoted to dress patterns, fabric recommendations, style advice for women of various ages and circumstances. But Sarah herself has long since moved beyond concern for fashionable dress, preferring clothing that allows her to work comfortably for the 10 or 12 hours that each day demands. The grey colour doesn't show ink stains as readily as lighter colours would, a practical consideration for someone who works with pen and ink for hours daily. The dress has long sleeves, a high collar, and buttons up the front for easy dressing without assistance The fabric is heavy enough to provide warmth on cool mornings, but not so heavy that it becomes uncomfortable as the day warms. The small mirror near the coat hooks shows a woman whose face reflects both her years and her character. Lines around the eyes that speak of decades spent reading by insufficient light, a determined set to the mouth that suggests someone unaccustomed to giving up, and an expression that balances severity with warmth. Her dark hair, now significantly touched with grey, is pulled back in a simple style that requires minimal morning attention and stays neat throughout the workday. The grey in her hair has been increasing steadily over the past 5 years, more noticeable each time she sees her reflection. She's not vain about aging. Vanity seems a luxury when there's so much work to be done. But she notices the changes because they mark time passing, years accumulating, the steady progression toward an eventual conclusion that no amount of work can postpone indefinitely. Her father had grey hair early as well, she remembers. By 40, his dark hair was significantly silvered, and by 50, it was entirely white. She inherited his colouring along with his intellectual temperament, his love of reading and debate, his conviction that persistent effort could overcome most obstacles. He's been dead for many years now, but Sarah still hears his voice sometimes when facing difficult decisions. Patience and persistence, Sarah. Most things worth doing take longer than you expect. At her desk, Sarah begins the morning routine that has become as natural as breathing. First, the inkwell, checking that it contains sufficient ink for the day's writing. The inkwell is cut crystal, a gift from her publisher Louis Godey many years ago, presented on her 10th anniversary with the magazine. The occasion was marked with a small celebration, other staff members gathering in the office for cake and speeches about her contributions to the magazine's success. The inkwell sits in a brass holder that prevents accidental tipping, the holder itself attached to the desk with small screws that keep it firmly in place. After the 1847 spill incident, Sarah requested this secured holder, unwilling to risk another such accident. The brass has developed a green patina in places where moisture from her hands has repeatedly touched it, but the holder functions perfectly, keeping the crystal inkwell stable and secure. The ink itself is black and slightly thick, manufactured by a supplier in Boston whose formula produces text that doesn't fade as quickly as some cheaper inks. Sarah has experimented with different ink brands over the years, comparing their performance in terms of flow consistency, drying time, permanence, and cost. The Boston supplier's product costs slightly more than alternatives, but the superior quality justifies the expense for professional correspondence. The ink has a particular smell, slightly metallic, with chemical undertones that aren't quite pleasant, but that Sarah has long since stopped noticing consciously. It's the smell of her work, as familiar as the scent of paper or the leather of book bindings. When she removes the crystal stopper, a small amount of ink clings to its underside, dark and viscous, ready to be transferred to pen and then to paper. The stopper makes a slight sound when removed, a soft scraping of crystal against crystal that's become one of the small sounds that mark her working day. Remove the stopper, dip the pen, write, blot, repeat. Thousands of times, tens of thousands of times, over 16 years of work at this desk in this office. Next, the pen selection. Sarah keeps a small wooden box on her desk containing several steel nib pens in various conditions of wear. The box is made of cherry wood, with a hinged lid that closes smoothly, and was crafted by her son, William, as a birthday gift many years ago, before he moved to Boston to establish his own business. The wood has darkened to a deep reddish brown, and the brass hinges are slightly stiff but functional. Inside, the pens are arranged by condition. New pens that haven't yet been used, working pens in good condition, and older pens that are nearly worn out but still functional for less important correspondence. Sarah is methodical about pen rotation, using pens according to their condition and the importance of what she's writing. Important letters to government officials get new or nearly new pens that produce the cleanest lines. Routine business correspondence gets working pens that are slightly worn, but still reliable. Personal notes and draft work get the oldest pens that are nearing replacement. She selects one that's been recently sharpened, testing it on a scrap of paper to ensure the nib hasn't developed any catches or irregularities that would interfere with smooth writing. The test produces a clean line, dark and even, with no skipping or splattering. She tries a few loops and curves, testing how the nib responds to different pressures and angles. Satisfied, she sets the pen aside, ready for the day's work. Steel nibs were a revolutionary improvement over quill pens, which required constant resharpening and wore down quickly with use. Sarah remembers learning to write with quills as a child. The tedious process of cutting and shaping the feather tips with a sharp knife, the frequency with which they needed replacement. A quill pen might last a week with careful use, requiring almost daily resharpening as the tip wore down or split. Steel nibs, by contrast, last much longer, weeks or even months depending on how much writing is done, and produce more consistent results. The metal is harder than quill, maintaining its shape and point through extended use. When a steel nib finally wears out, the degradation is gradual and predictable rather than the sudden splitting that characterized quill failure. The transition from quill to steel nib happened during Sarah's early adult years, roughly coinciding with her entry into professional writing. She considers herself fortunate to have made this transition. She can barely imagine producing the volume of correspondence that her work requires using quills that needed constant maintenance. The steel nib is one of those small technological improvements that fundamentally change the practical realities of written work. The blotter is positioned within easy reach, a necessity when writing with liquid ink that requires time to dry. The blotter itself shows the ghost images of countless previous documents, ink absorbed into its surface, creating a palimpsest of reverse text that records the history of work done at this desk. If someone could read all these reversed impressions in sequence, they would have a partial record of Sarah's correspondence over the past few weeks. Fragments of letters, beginnings and endings of sentences, signatures repeated dozens of times. The current blotter has been in use for approximately 3 weeks and is beginning to show significant saturation. The centre portion, where most blotting happens, has darkened from absorbed ink, while the edges remain relatively clean. Sarah makes a mental note to replace it soon, probably by the end of the week, before it loses effectiveness. A saturated blotter can actually transfer ink back onto documents, rather than absorbing it, creating smudges that ruin carefully written letters. Blotting paper comes in large sheets that Sarah cuts to size as needed, storing extras in one of the desk's lower drawers. The paper is specially manufactured to be highly absorbent, made with a loose fibre structure that soaks up liquid quickly. The manufacturing process is specialised. Blotting paper requires different treatment than writing paper, which must resist ink absorption to prevent bleeding and feathering. There's an art to blotting, pressing firmly enough to absorb the ink, but not so hard that the paper sticks to the still wet text or the pressure causes smudging. Sarah has developed the technique over decades of practice, her hands knowing automatically how much pressure to apply and how long to hold the blotter in place. It's one of those small physical skills that become automatic through repetition, like knowing how hard to press the pen nib against paper to produce optimal line width. Paper comes next. The morning supply pulled from the drawer, where it's kept flat and protected from humidity that could make it curl or wrinkle. The magazine uses high-quality paper for its published issues, but daily correspondence is written on more economical stock that's still respectable enough for professional use. Each sheet is approximately 9 inches by 11 inches, a standard size that fits conveniently in business envelopes. Sarah keeps several grades of paper available, selecting according to the correspondence's importance and recipient. The finest paper, heavy cream stock with a subtle watermark is reserved for letters to government officials, major authors, and other correspondents whose goodwill is professionally important. Mid-grade paper handles routine business correspondence with publishers, printers, and established contributors. The most economical paper suffices for internal notes and preliminary drafts. The paper supplier is a firm in Massachusetts that specializes in manufacturing paper for business and professional use. Sarah has worked with them for years and knows their product to be reliable, consistent quality, proper sizing that accepts ink without excessive bleeding, and sufficient opacity that text doesn't show through from one side to the other. The paper arrives in wrapped bundles of 500 sheets, stored in the supply closet until needed. Paper manufacturing is a complex process that Sarah understands only generally. Wood pulp or cotton rags, processed with chemicals, pressed into sheets, sized to control absorbency, dried and cut to standard dimensions. The quality variations between papers come from these manufacturing choices. Fine paper uses cotton rag rather than wood pulp, is more carefully sized, and receives additional processing to achieve smoothness and durability. The cost differences are substantial. The finest paper costs perhaps 10 times as much as the most economical stock, which is why Sarah is careful about matching paper quality to correspondence importance. Using expensive paper for routine internal notes would be wasteful, while using cheap paper for letters to important correspondence would seem unprofessional and suggest lack of respect. The morning mail sits in a wooden tray marked "Incoming", placed there by the office assistant, who arrives at 8 each morning to sort and organise correspondence before the editorial staff begins work. The tray itself is mahogany, matching the desk, with carved edges and small brass corner protectors. It's been part of the office furniture for as long as Sarah has worked here, showing wear but still functional. Today's mail is substantial, perhaps 30 letters, along with several parcels that probably contain manuscript submissions or books sent for potential review. The parcels are wrapped in brown paper and tied with twine, addresses written in various hands ranging from neat professional script to barely legible scrawl. One parcel bears a Boston postmark, another from New York, a third from a small town in Ohio that Sarah has never heard of. The volume of mail varies by season and by proximity to publication deadlines. September typically brings heavy correspondence as authors submit holiday content for November, and December issues, readers write with questions about winter preparations, and business matters related to the coming year's operations require attention. The mail might be twice this volume in October and November, then drop off in January and February before picking up again in spring. Sarah begins with the mail, as she does every morning. Each envelope must be opened carefully. She uses a brass letter opener that was her father's, its blade dulled by decades of service, but still functional for slitting envelope seals. The letter opener is approximately 8 inches long, with a decorative handle that shows some tarnishing. Her father used it in his own business correspondence, and after his death, it passed to Sarah, becoming one of the few physical objects she has that connects her to him directly. The handle is shaped like a small sword hilt, with decorative engravings that have worn smooth in places from handling. Her father's initials, GB for Gordon Buell, are engraved near the base of the handle, still visible, though the surrounding decorative work has faded. Every morning, when Sarah picks up this letter opener, she's aware of her father's hands holding it decades ago, opening his own correspondence, in his own office, managing his own business affairs. The envelopes themselves tell stories before their contents are even revealed. Expensive paper suggests established writers or important correspondence, while cheaper stock indicates aspiring authors or readers writing from limited means. The quality of the envelope, the neatness of the handwriting, the style of the seal, all provide information about the sender before the letter is read. Wealthy correspondents use envelopes with rag content that feels substantial in the hand, often with coloured or textured surfaces that indicate expense and refinement. The sealing wax might be coloured rather than plain brown, sometimes stamped with a personal seal bearing the sender's initials or family crest. The address is written in confident, educated script, often by a secretary or clerk trained specifically in penmanship. Poorer correspondents use cheaper envelopes that are thinner and rougher, sometimes with visible wood pulp fibres that give the paper an uneven texture. The sealing wax is basic brown, applied without stamps or decoration. The handwriting varies more. Some poor correspondents write beautifully, their education exceeding their circumstances, while others struggle with spelling and formation of letters, their limited schooling evident in every word. Sarah tries not to let envelope quality influence her response to correspondence's content. A brilliant story idea can come from a letter written on cheap paper with poor penmanship, while an elaborate envelope might contain mediocre work from a wealthy dilettante. But the envelopes do provide context. Understanding a correspondent's circumstances helps Sarah craft appropriate responses and set realistic expectations. The first letter is from a subscriber in Boston, thanking Sarah for a recent article about household management and asking questions about preserving fruit for winter storage. The letter is written in neat cursive on good paper, suggesting an educated writer from comfortable circumstances. The questions are specific and practical, indicating genuine interest in the magazine's advice rather than casual curiosity. Dear Mrs. Hale, the letter begins, I write to express my gratitude for your August article regarding efficient household management during these difficult times. Your advice about maintaining quality while adapting to wartime shortages has been most helpful. I wonder if you might provide guidance regarding fruit preservation. The questions that follow are detailed and intelligent, asking about specific techniques for different types of fruit, about sugar substitutes when sugar is scarce, about storage methods that don't require cellar space. Sarah can tell from the questions that this subscriber has already tried various approaches and is seeking refinement of technique rather than basic instruction. Sarah sets this aside in a pile marked Reader Correspondence Requires Response. She tries to answer every genuine reader letter personally, though the volume sometimes makes this impossible. Reader correspondence is important. These are the people who buy the magazine, who follow its advice, who make the publication financially viable. Ignoring their questions would be both rude and impractical. This particular letter will require research before responding. Sarah doesn't personally have expertise in fruit preservation beyond general knowledge, so she'll need to consult with the magazine's household department, or perhaps with local women known for successful preserving. The response should include specific, tested advice rather than vague suggestions, which means taking time to gather good information. The second letter is from an author whose story was published 3 months ago, asking about payment. The letter is polite but shows an undercurrent of anxiety. The author clearly needs the money and is worried that something has gone wrong with the payment process. Dear Madam, the letter reads, I hope this inquiry finds you well. I write regarding payment for my story, The Seamstress's Tale, which appeared in your June issue. I was given to understand that payment would be forthcoming within 6 weeks of publication, but it has now been nearly 3 months, and I have received nothing. I hope there has not been some error. Sarah makes a note on her desk pad to check with the accounting department immediately. Writers should have been paid within 6 weeks of publication, and she prides herself on the magazine's prompt payment policies. Godey's has a reputation for treating authors fairly, paying decent rates on time, and this reputation helps attract quality submissions. But occasionally, mistakes happen. Paperwork gets mislaid, addresses are recorded incorrectly, checks go missing in the mail. If the payment was sent and lost, the magazine will issue a replacement check. If the payment was never sent due to administrative error, it will be sent today, with apologies. Either way, this author's anxiety needs to be addressed quickly. Sarah knows from personal experience what it's like to depend on writing income, to wait anxiously for payments that mean the difference between managing expenses and falling behind. The note on her desk pad joins several other reminders written this morning and yesterday. Check December illustration schedule. Review layout for November editorial. Write to printer about paper quality. Respond to Mrs. Henderson's manuscript query. The desk pad is a thick stack of paper sheets, bound at the top, each sheet used for a single day's notes before being torn off and filed or discarded. Sarah's handwriting on the pad is quicker and less careful than her letter-writing script. These notes are for her eyes only and don't require the same attention to perfect formation. Third letter, a submission of poetry from someone in Virginia who apologises for the rough quality of the paper, explaining that proper writing supplies have become scarce due to the war. The apology is touching in its sincerity. The writer clearly feels that rough paper reflects poorly on them, not understanding that Sarah is well aware of how the war has disrupted civilian life in border states and Confederate territory. Please forgive the inferior paper on which this submission is written, the letter begins. The war has made quality writing supplies impossible to obtain in our region, and I feared that waiting for better circumstances might mean never submitting at all. I hope the quality of the poetry might compensate for the unfortunate presentation. Sarah reads the first few lines of the poetry and finds them promising. The technical skill is evident despite the difficult circumstances of composition. The metre is consistent, the rhyme scheme is sophisticated without being forced, and the imagery is fresh rather than relying on overused poetic conventions. The poem is about autumn, appropriate for upcoming issues, and treats its subject with genuine feeling rather than sentimental cliché. She sets this in the manuscript's promising pile for fuller consideration later. The rough paper is completely irrelevant to the work's quality, and Sarah will make sure her response to this author explicitly says so. No one should feel that wartime privations prevent them from pursuing literary work, and Sarah wants to encourage this author to continue submitting despite difficult circumstances. The morning mail sorting continues, each letter opened, scanned, and categorised according to what action it requires. Some need immediate response, some require consultation with other staff members, some can be filed for future reference, some regrettably must be declined or rejected. The sorting is methodical and patient, each piece of correspondence receiving appropriate attention even when the content is routine or uninteresting. A letter from a printer in New York, responding to Sarah's inquiry about costs for additional illustrations in the December issue. The printer's quote is itemised and detailed, breaking down costs for engraving, printing and paper. The numbers are reasonable, and Sarah sets this aside to discuss with Lewis Godey, who makes final decisions about production budgets. A letter from a reader in Maine, complaining that a recipe published in the August issue didn't work as described. The complaint is detailed and specific, describing exactly what went wrong. The cake failed to rise properly and had a dense, heavy texture, quite unlike your description of light and fluffy. I followed the recipe exactly as printed, and I am generally successful with baking, so I must conclude that there is an error in the published recipe. The complaint requires investigation. Either the recipe contained an error, perhaps incorrect proportions or a missing ingredient, or the reader misunderstood some instruction. Sarah will need to test the recipe herself or consult with the magazine's household advice department to determine what went wrong. If the recipe is faulty, the magazine should publish a correction in a future issue. A letter from a young woman in Pennsylvania asking for advice about pursuing a literary career despite her family's objections. This is a common type of correspondence, young women inspired by the magazine's success and Sarah's example, hoping for guidance about how to support themselves through writing. Dear Mrs. Hale, the letter begins, I write seeking your counsel regarding a matter that weighs heavily on my heart. I have always wished to support myself through literary work, but my family objects strenuously, saying that writing is not a proper occupation for a respectable woman. They insist that I should marry and abandon these unsuitable ambitions. But I have read of your own success as an editor and writer, and I wonder if you might offer advice. Sarah has received dozens of such letters over the years and has developed a standard response that tries to be realistic about the difficulties of literary work while encouraging genuine talent and determination. The response acknowledges that literary careers are challenging and uncertain, that most writers struggle financially, that family opposition creates real difficulties. But it also affirms that writing can be a legitimate profession for women with ability and persistence, that financial independence through literary work is possible, though not easy, that Sarah herself is living proof that it can be done. She sets this letter aside to answer personally and thoughtfully, recognising that her response might influence this young woman's entire future. The responsibility of such correspondence is significant. Sarah's words carry weight because of her position and success, and she takes seriously the obligation to provide honest, useful guidance rather than easy platitudes or discouraging dismissals. By 9 o'clock, the mail is sorted into 7 distinct piles on her desk. 1. Reader correspondence requires response, Tot 2. Business matters, urgent. 3. Business matters, routine. 4. Manuscripts, promising. 5. Manuscripts, possible. 6. Manuscripts, declined. 7. Personal correspondence. The piles are different sizes, with business matters, routine being largest and personal correspondence smallest. The physical organisation helps Sarah track what needs attention and in what priority order. Urgent matters get addressed first, then promising manuscripts, then reader correspondence, then routine business, with personal letters saved for the end of the day when other work is complete. The last category is smallest, as it usually is. Sarah's work leaves little time for extensive personal correspondence, though she maintains relationships with a network of writers, editors, and social reformers across the country and in Europe. These personal letters are treasured precisely because they're rare, connections to friends and colleagues that sustain her emotionally, even when professional demands dominate her time. Hidden among the business letters is one that might fall into that personal category, though it's also intimately connected to her work. It's from another editor, a woman named Lydia Sigourney, who shares Sarah's conviction that Thanksgiving should be a national holiday, celebrated uniformly across all states on the same day. The envelope is addressed in Lydia's familiar flowing script, and Sarah sets it aside to read more carefully during her mid-morning break. Lydia Sigourney is one of the most successful women poets in America, known for sentimental verses about domestic life, loss, and moral instruction. She's also a shrewd businesswoman who has built a successful literary career through careful cultivation of editors and publishers. Sarah and Lydia have been corresponding for years about various reform causes: women's education, moral improvement, and most recently, the Thanksgiving campaign. For now, there are more pressing editorial matters that require attention. The next task is reviewing page proofs for the October issue, which will go to press in 2 weeks. The proofs are large sheets showing how each page will appear in the final printed magazine, complete with illustrations, article text, and fashion plates. Sarah must check every page for errors, typographical mistakes, incorrectly placed illustrations, formatting problems that would make text difficult to read. The proofs arrive from the printer in large flat envelopes, carefully packaged to prevent folding or damage during transit. Each proof sheet represents 1 page of the magazine, printed on newsprint in the same layout as the final version, but not on the high-quality paper that the published magazine will use. The proofs are working documents. meant to catch errors before final printing, so they're produced quickly and cheaply rather than being meant to look beautiful. She positions the first proof sheet on her desk where the morning light falls directly on it, puts on her reading spectacles. She's needed them for close work for the past decade, and begins the careful process of proofreading. The spectacles are steel framed with small oval lenses, purchased from an optician on Market Street 3 years ago when her previous pair finally broke beyond repair. They rest on her nose with familiar pressure, the arms hooking over her ears in a way that was uncomfortable at first but has become so accustomed that she barely notices them now. The spectacles make small red marks on the bridge of her nose if worn for extended periods, marks that take an hour or so to fade after removing the glasses. Sarah has learned to take periodic breaks during intensive reading sessions, removing the spectacles for a few minutes to give her nose relief, and to let her eyes rest from the strain of focusing on close work. The first proof shows the magazine's opening pages. The elaborate title page with its decorative border and listing of contents, followed by the editor's column, then the first page of the lead story. Sarah reads the title page carefully, checking that page numbers are correctly listed for each feature, that author names are spelled properly, that the date is correct, October 1863. The title page's decorative border is an engraved design featuring flowers, vines, and scroll work that frames the magazine's name and contents listing. This border is permanent. The same engraved plate is used for every issue, providing visual continuity from month to month. The actual contents listing changes with each issue, of course, requiring new typesetting each time. Sarah checks each line of the contents listing against her master document, editor's column, page 3. The Autumn Ball by Mrs. Harrison, page 5. Fashion plates for October, page 12. Household management in wartime, part 3, page 18. The checking is tedious but necessary. A single wrong page number could send readers searching fruitlessly for content, producing frustration and complaints. Most errors are caught during proofreading, but occasionally something slips through to the published magazine, resulting in letters from confused subscribers. The editor's column is her own writing, already reviewed multiple times in draft form, but she reads it again to catch any errors introduced during typesetting. The column discusses seasonal household preparations for autumn and winter, offering advice about preserving foods, preparing warm clothing, and managing household budgets during wartime scarcity. As autumn advances toward winter, the column begins, prudent housekeepers turn their attention to necessary preparations that will sustain their families through the cold months ahead. In ordinary times, such preparations follow familiar patterns established over generations, but these are not ordinary times, and the war has disrupted many traditional practices. The tone is practical and reassuring, acknowledging difficulties while suggesting solutions. Sarah has developed this editorial voice over 16 years, authoritative but not condescending, realistic but not discouraging, sophisticated but accessible to readers of varying educational backgrounds. The voice is designed to make readers feel that Sarah is a wise friend, offering helpful advice, not a distant expert issuing instructions from on high. The typesetting looks clean. The typesetters at Godey's are skilled professionals who make few errors. But Sarah checks anyway, because even skilled workers occasionally make mistakes, and catching errors before printing is essential. Finding a typo after thousands of copies have been printed is frustrating and expensive. She marks 2 small corrections with her pencil: a missing comma that should appear after an introductory phrase, and a word that should be italicized for emphasis but appears in regular type. These marks will go back to the typesetters, who will make the corrections before final printing. The marks are made using standard proofreading symbols that typesetters understand: a carré to indicate insertion, a horizontal line beneath text that should be italicized, a circle around punctuation that should be deleted or added. These symbols are universal in the printing trade, allowing editors and typesetters to communicate precisely about needed corrections without ambiguous written instructions. The morning settles into its familiar rhythm, reading, correcting, making notes in the margins with her pencil. The office is quiet except for the scratch of pen on paper from other staff members working at their own desks. The occasional creak of floorboards as someone walks across the room, and the distant sounds of street traffic filtering up from Chestnut Street below. Mr. Peterson sits at a desk near the window on the opposite wall, working on fashion descriptions for the November issue. He's a thin man in his mid-40s, always neatly dressed, with an eye for detail that makes him excellent at describing clothing and accessories. He writes in complete silence, occasionally pausing to consult reference materials or to revise a phrase, but never speaking unless spoken to. Miss Williams, the youngest member of the editorial staff, works at a smaller desk near the door, handling correspondence with authors and tracking manuscript submissions. She's 23 years old, ambitious and intelligent, hoping to eventually become an editor herself. Sarah has been mentoring her informally, teaching her the practical skills of editorial work while encouraging her to develop her own literary voice. This is the work. This is what being an editor means. Not glamorous revelation or dramatic decision-making, but patient attention to detail. Hour after hour, day after day, year after year, Sarah has been doing this work for 16 years at Godey's, and before that, she edited another magazine in Boston for 9 years. 25 years of editorial work have taught her that consistency matters more than inspiration, that careful attention to small things produces better results than sporadic bursts of creative enthusiasm. The work has rhythms and patterns that Sarah has come to appreciate. The early morning sorting of mail, the mid-morning proofreading when her mind is freshest, the afternoon manuscript evaluation when her concentration naturally wavers, the late afternoon correspondence when she's tired but still functional. Each part of the day has its appropriate work, and Sarah has learned to match tasks to her energy levels and mental state. The September morning grows warmer as the sun climbs higher, and the office gradually heats up despite the high ceilings that normally keep rooms cool. Mr. Peterson rises from his desk and opens one of the tall windows, letting in fresh air that carries the sounds and smells of Philadelphia. Bread baking in the bakery on the ground floor, horses passing in the street, someone calling out a greeting to a friend, the general hum of city life going about its business. The fresh air is welcome, carrying away some of the stuffiness that accumulates in a room where multiple people work for hours with limited ventilation. The window is tall enough that a person could step through it if opened fully, but Mr. Peterson raises it only halfway, enough for air circulation without creating a draft that would scatter papers across desks. Sarah continues with the proofs, page after page, checking every detail, an illustration of a dress that needs to be aligned more carefully with its accompanying text, a paragraph break that should be inserted to improve readability, a caption that contains a spelling error. Each correction is marked clearly in pencil, with notes in the margin explaining exactly what needs to be changed. The illustration correction requires careful notation because it involves physical placement rather than just text. Sarah draws an arrow showing where the illustration should move, with a note: shift illustration down 1/2 inch to align top edge with paragraph beginning. The typesetter and illustrator will need to coordinate on this correction, making sure the adjustment doesn't create new problems with spacing or layout. By 10:30, she's reviewed 15 pages and marked 7 corrections, a relatively clean set of proofs, suggesting the typesetters were careful with this issue. Sarah feels satisfaction at this, not pride exactly. but the quiet contentment that comes from systems working as they should, from professional work being done professionally. The relatively few corrections mean the October issue should go to press on schedule without requiring extensive revisions and reproofing. This is important because the production schedule is tight. There's barely enough time between finishing one issue and starting the next. Any delays cascade forward, creating pressure on future deadlines. And somewhere in the middle of all this routine editorial work, between the proofreading and the correspondence and the manuscript evaluation, there is her particular project, her personal mission that has consumed increasing amounts of her time and energy for the past 17 years. Thanksgiving. The campaign to make Thanksgiving a national holiday, celebrated on the same day in every state and territory, recognised by the federal government and observed as uniformly as the 4th of July. But that work will come later in the day, after the morning's editorial duties are complete. First things first, always first things first. The magazine comes first. It must, because the magazine pays the bills and provides the platform that makes her advocacy possible. Without the magazine's financial security and public platform, Sarah would have no resources and no audience for her Thanksgiving campaign. So she continues with the proofs, marking corrections, checking details, doing the undramatic work that produces a magazine that will be read by hundreds of thousands of women across America, month after month, year after year. The morning sun climbs higher, the office grows warmer despite the open window, and Sarah Josepha Hale continues her work with the steady patience that has always been her greatest strength. Before we watch Sarah write another letter about Thanksgiving in 1863, it helps to understand how this particular obsession began. How a woman with many responsibilities and limited time came to dedicate 17 years to advocating for a holiday. The story begins in New Hampshire, where Sarah Buell was born in October 1788 to a farming family of modest means but considerable intellectual ambition. Her father, Captain Gordon Buell, had fought in the Revolutionary War and believed strongly that America's future depended on educated citizens, both male and female, which was an unusual view for that era. The Buell farm was located near Newport, New Hampshire, a small town where most families struggled to make livings from rocky soil and short growing seasons. The Buell family was not wealthy, but neither were they impoverished. They owned their land free and clear, produced enough to feed themselves with some surplus for sale, and had sufficient resources to prioritise education for their children alongside necessary farm labour. Captain Buell believed in education for daughters as well as sons, unusual for that time when most families focused educational resources exclusively on boys. Sarah grew up in a household where books were valued, where reading and discussion were daily practices, where intellectual development was considered as important as physical work or domestic skills. The family home had a small library, perhaps 50 volumes, which was substantial for a farming family in rural New Hampshire. The collection included the Bible, of course, but also Shakespeare, Milton, works of history and philosophy, and contemporary novels that Captain Buell acquired through trading or purchase when finances allowed. These books were read repeatedly by all family members, discussed at meals, quoted in conversation. Sarah learned to read at an early age and showed immediate aptitude for literary studies. Her father encouraged this, working with her personally on more advanced texts when her basic education was complete. By her early teens, Sarah was reading works that would challenge educated adults: Paradise Lost, The Spectator essays, sermons by prominent theologians. Her mother, Martha Whittlesey Buell, was equally committed to Sarah's education, though in more practical ways. Martha taught Sarah household management, sewing, cooking, and all the domestic skills that women of that era needed to function as wives and mothers. But Martha also emphasised that domestic competence and intellectual development were complementary rather than contradictory, A capable woman should excel in both spheres. At 25, Sarah married David Hale, a young lawyer who had established a practice in Newport. David shared Captain Buell's views about women's education and intellectual capacity, making him an ideal partner for Sarah. Their courtship involved literary discussions and shared reading as much as traditional romantic elements. The marriage was intellectually companionate in ways that were rare for the 1810s. David and Sarah read together in the evenings, discussed legal cases and literary works, collaborated on writing projects. David encouraged Sarah's literary ambitions, suggesting she try publishing some of her poetry and essays in magazines and newspapers that were beginning to accept women's contributions. They had 5 children in 9 years of marriage: David, born 1815, Horatio, 1817, Francis, 1819, Sarah, 1820, and William, 1822. The marriage was happy but tragically brief. David contracted pneumonia in September 1822 and died within a week, leaving Sarah a widow at 34, with 5 young children to support and no independent means. David's death created an immediate financial crisis. He had been building his legal practice, but had not yet achieved financial security, and his sudden death left Sarah with minimal savings, no income, and 5 children ranging from infant to 7 years old. Victorian widows faced limited options: return to their families and depend on male relatives for support, remarry quickly out of economic necessity, or attempt to support themselves through one of the few occupations open to women. Sarah's family would have taken her in. Captain and Martha Buell would never have let their daughter and grandchildren suffer. But Sarah was determined not to be dependent. She had intelligence, education, and literary ability. Perhaps she could support her family through writing. This decision was audacious for 1822. Very few women supported themselves through literary work. Most women writers were either wealthy women who wrote as a hobby, or poor women who produced sensational novels and scandal sheets. The idea of a respectable, middle-class widow supporting a family through serious literary work was almost unprecedented, but Sarah had advantages that many aspiring women writers lacked. She was genuinely talented. Her poetry showed technical skill and emotional depth that went beyond amateur scribbling. She was well educated, able to write on serious topics with authority and sophistication, and she was desperate, which provided motivation that leisure-class writers often lacked. She began publishing poetry and short stories in magazines and newspapers, earning small amounts that helped support her family while she lived with relatives and accepted some charity from friends. The payments were tiny, perhaps $5 or $10 for a poem, slightly more for a story, but they accumulated. More importantly, they established Sarah's name as a competent, reliable writer whose work editors would accept. In 1827, 5 years after David's death, Sarah published a novel titled Northward, A Tale of New England. The novel explored regional differences between North and South, focusing on characters from both regions and examining their different attitudes about labour, education, and slavery. The book showed Sarah's intellectual ambition. This wasn't a sentimental romance, but a serious effort to understand American regional tensions. Northward attracted favourable attention from literary critics and educated readers. The writing was competent, the characters were well developed, and the regional analysis was thoughtful rather than stereotypical. The novel didn't make Sarah wealthy, but it established her reputation as a serious literary figure rather than just another woman poet producing sentimental verses. The novel's success led to a life-changing offer. In 1828, Reverend John Blake, who was starting a new women's magazine in Boston called the Ladies' Magazine, offered Sarah the position of editor. The salary was modest but steady, $500 per year, which was barely sufficient to support a family, but far more reliable than income from freelance writing. Sarah moved to Boston with her children, and began her editorial career. The Ladies magazine was Boston's first magazine specifically for women, and Sarah was one of the first American women to edit a magazine. The work was overwhelming at first. Sarah had to learn magazine production, deal with printers and publishers, recruit contributors, write much of the content herself, and manage business aspects while also raising 5 children. The magazine struggled financially during its early years, never quite achieving the subscription numbers needed for profitability. But Sarah persisted, gradually building readership through consistent quality and distinctive editorial voice. She advocated for women's education, published serious fiction and essays alongside household advice, and maintained literary standards that earned the magazine respect even when circulation remained modest. She worked for 9 years at the Ladies magazine from 1828 to 1837, establishing herself as one of America's most prominent women editors. The children grew, the oldest began establishing careers, the youngest started formal education, and Sarah developed confidence in her ability to support the family through editorial work. In 1837, Lewis Godey, publisher of the already successful Godey's Ladies Book in Philadelphia, purchased the Ladies magazine and merged it with his own publication. He offered Sarah the position of literary editor for the merged magazine, with a better salary and a platform that reached tens of thousands of readers rather than the Ladies magazine's more modest circulation. Sarah accepted and moved to Philadelphia, where Godey's was based. This was the position she still held in 1863, 26 years later. Over those decades, Godey's Ladies Book had become the most widely read women's magazine in America, with circulation exceeding 150,000 by the 1850s. Sarah's editorial work had made her one of the most influential women in American literary culture, but influence and professional success didn't automatically produce satisfaction. Sarah had achieved something rare: financial independence, professional recognition, respect from colleagues. Her children were grown and establishing their own families. She was secure in ways that would have seemed impossible in 1822, when David died and left her with 5 children and no income. Yet financial security doesn't equal fulfillment. Sarah had always believed that her work should serve larger purposes beyond mere profit or even beyond literary achievement. She wanted to contribute something lasting to American life, something that would benefit the nation beyond the readers of one magazine. This brings us to 1846, 8 years into Sarah's tenure at Godey's. The magazine is well established and financially successful. Sarah's position is secure. Her children are grown and establishing their own lives. She has achieved professional goals that seemed impossibly ambitious when she first began writing for magazines in the 1820s. But achieving professional security created space to think about larger ambitions. What could she do with her platform and influence that would matter beyond the magazine business? How could she use Godey's enormous readership to advocate for changes that would benefit the entire nation? This was the context when Sarah began thinking seriously about Thanksgiving. Thanksgiving in 1846 was not a national holiday. Different states observed it on different dates, usually sometime in November or December, proclaimed annually by their governors. Some states didn't observe it at all. The dates varied from year to year and state to state, making coordinated celebration impossible for families living in different states. New England states had observed Thanksgiving since colonial times, with governors issuing annual proclamations designating a specific Thursday in November or December as a day for religious services and family feasting. Other states had adopted the practice more recently, some observing regularly and others only occasionally. Southern and western states often ignored Thanksgiving entirely, viewing it as a New England custom with no relevance to their regions. The lack of uniformity created practical problems. Sarah's own children were scattered across several states. One son in New Hampshire, another in Boston, a third in New York. When they wanted to observe Thanksgiving together, which state's date should they follow? If Massachusetts proclaimed Thanksgiving for the last Thursday in November and New York proclaimed it for the first Thursday in December, coordinating family celebrations became impossible. But the issue was larger than personal inconvenience. America in 1846 was prosperous, but increasingly divided over slavery, with tensions growing that would eventually explode into civil war. The Mexican-American War, 1846-1848, raised questions about whether slavery would expand into newly acquired territories. The Compromise of 1850 temporarily diffused tensions, but satisfied no one. Throughout the 1850s, the slavery crisis deepened, with violent conflicts in Kansas, the Dred Scott decision, and John Brown's raid creating a sense that conflict was inevitable. The nation needed symbols of unity, traditions that could remind Americans of their shared identity rather than their political differences. And Thanksgiving seemed perfect for this purpose. The holiday had deep American roots. The Plymouth colony's harvest celebration in 1621 was part of national mythology, taught to school children and celebrated in popular culture. The story might be more legend than history, but it provided a foundation narrative that all Americans could claim regardless of regional differences. Thanksgiving was non-partisan. Celebrating a harvest and expressing gratitude didn't require taking positions on slavery, tariffs, or any other divisive political issues. It was religiously ecumenical. Christians of all denominations could observe Thanksgiving without theological conflict, and even non-Christians could participate in the secular aspects of feasting and family gathering. And Thanksgiving was already widely popular, celebrated informally by millions of Americans who valued the tradition, even in the absence of federal recognition. The popularity suggested that creating a national holiday wouldn't be imposing something unwanted, but rather formalizing and coordinating something that already existed. What Thanksgiving lacked was federal recognition and uniformity. If the president would proclaim a national Thanksgiving Day, if all states would observe simultaneously, the holiday could become a genuinely unifying national tradition, something that brought Americans together annually, regardless of their political, regional, or economic differences. Sarah decided to make this her cause. She would use her platform at Godey's to advocate for National Thanksgiving. She would write to governors, senators, congressmen, and presidents, patiently making the case year after year until someone with authority agreed to act. She had no illusions about quick success. Sarah was a realist who understood that social change comes slowly, that advocacy requires persistence, that most letters go unanswered, and most editorials produce no visible results. She'd been working in publishing long enough to know that changing public policy is far more difficult than changing literary fashions or household practices. But she was also convinced that patient effort could eventually succeed where dramatic gestures fail. Sarah had supported her family through 24 years of steady literary work, not through sudden breakthroughs or lucky breaks. She understood the power of consistent effort, sustained over long periods. The same principles that built a literary career could advance social causes, identify a clear goal, make persistent efforts toward that goal, refine strategies based on results, and maintain commitment regardless of setbacks. In November 1846, Sarah published her first editorial about National Thanksgiving in Godey's Lady's Book. The editorial was moderate and reasonable, explaining the current fragmented practice and suggesting the benefits of federal coordination. We have long believed that Thanksgiving Day should be a national festival, observed throughout our entire country on the same day. Currently, different states appoint different days according to the preferences of their governors, creating confusion and preventing families in different states from celebrating simultaneously. If the president would designate a specific day, we suggest the last Thursday in November. For national Thanksgiving observance, the governors would naturally follow this guidance, creating the uniformity that such a holiday deserves. The editorial was straightforward and uncontroversial. It didn't demand immediate action or claim that failure to act would be catastrophic. It simply made a practical argument for something that seemed obviously sensible. Coordinating Thanksgiving observance so everyone celebrates on the same day. The tone was deliberately understated. Sarah knew that strident advocacy often backfires, making people resistant to ideas they might otherwise accept. Better to present the proposal as a common-sense improvement to existing practice, rather than as a dramatic reform requiring urgent action. The editorial produced some reader responses, letters agreeing with the proposal, a few suggesting modifications, others noting that their states already observed Thanksgiving regularly and saw no need for federal involvement. Most responses were positive, with readers affirming that coordinated Thanksgiving seemed like a good idea, even if they weren't sure how to achieve it. But nothing changed. No governor wrote to say they would coordinate with other states. No federal official expressed interest in the proposal. The editorial generated discussion but no policy action. Sarah expected this. The first editorial was never going to produce immediate results. It was a beginning, an opening statement in what she knew would be a long campaign. The goal wasn't to convince everyone immediately, but to introduce the idea, to start people thinking about National Thanksgiving as a possibility rather than an impossibility. In December 1846, she wrote her first letter to a sitting president about Thanksgiving. President James K. Polk was dealing with the Mexican-American War, managing diplomatic crises, and overseeing westward expansion. He had no time or interest in holiday proclamations. The letter received no response, not a rejection, just silence. Sarah's letter probably never reached Polk personally, instead being read and filed by some secretary who saw no reason to bring it to presidential attention. Sarah was not discouraged. She understood that first efforts rarely succeed, that building support for new ideas requires repeated presentations from multiple sources over extended time. If presidents wouldn't respond to individual letters, perhaps governors would be more receptive to coordinated state-level action. She wrote to several governors instead, making the same arguments in slightly different language, tailored to each state's circumstances. To the governor of Massachusetts, she emphasized New England's long Thanksgiving tradition and suggested that Massachusetts could lead other states in coordinating observances. To the governor of New York, she noted that New York's commercial importance made it a natural coordinator for regional efforts. To the governor of Pennsylvania, she pointed out that Pennsylvania's central location could make it a geographical coordinator between eastern and western states. Most governors didn't respond. 2 sent polite replies saying they would consider the suggestion, though nothing concrete resulted. The governor of Massachusetts wrote back expressing support for the idea, but noting that Massachusetts already observed Thanksgiving regularly and couldn't control what other states did. These responses were mildly encouraging. At least some officials were reading her letters and thinking about the issue, but they produced no practical results. States continued observing Thanksgiving on different dates, or not at all. Federal officials continued ignoring the proposal. In November 1847, Sarah published another Thanksgiving editorial in Godey's, this one slightly longer and more detailed, providing historical context about earlier presidential Thanksgiving proclamations and explaining the precedents for federal involvement. The editorial noted that President George Washington had issued Thanksgiving proclamations in 1789 and 1795, establishing precedent for presidential involvement in designating days of Thanksgiving. President James Madison had issued Thanksgiving proclamations in 1814 and 1815, continuing the precedent. These historical examples prove that presidential Thanksgiving proclamations weren't unprecedented or unconstitutional. They had been done before and could be done again. Again, the editorial produced reader interest but no policy changes. Subscribers wrote letters supporting the idea, but no governors changed their practices, and no federal officials expressed interest in coordinating national observance. Throughout 1848, 1849, and 1850, the pattern continued. Annual editorials in Godey's about Thanksgiving, periodic letters to governors and federal officials, gradual refinement of arguments based on responses and objections. The work was repetitive, but also iterative. Sarah learned what arguments resonated, what objections needed addressing, what language produced the most favourable responses. She discovered that historical precedent was persuasive. Officials who might dismiss the idea as novel or unprecedented responded more favourably when shown that Washington and Madison had issued Thanksgiving proclamations. She learned that emphasising state coordination rather than federal mandate reduced concerns about federal overreach. Governors were more receptive to voluntary coordination than to imposed requirements. She refined her proposal to be more specific. The last Thursday in November, proclaimed annually by the President, with states following by issuing their own coordinating proclamations. The specificity made the proposal more concrete and practical, easier to visualize and implement than vague suggestions about coordinating or unifying Thanksgiving observance. By 1851, 5 years into the campaign, Sarah had written approximately 60 letters about Thanksgiving to various officials and published 5 annual editorials in Godey's. The results were modest but not negligible. Several governors began coordinating their Thanksgiving proclamations with neighbouring states, creating regional uniformity even without federal action. A few newspapers picked up the idea, publishing editorials supporting National Thanksgiving. Some ministers began preaching about the value of national unity through shared observances. Regional coordination was progress, even if it fell short of truly national observance. If New England states observed Thanksgiving on the same date, that at least allowed families within that region to coordinate celebrations. If New York, Pennsylvania, and New Jersey coordinated their proclamations, that created a substantial block of unified observance, but federal action remained elusive. Presidents came and went, Polk, Taylor, Fillmore, each one preoccupied with more urgent matters than holiday proclamations. Sarah's letters went unanswered or received brief acknowledgements without commitment. President Zachary Taylor died in July 1850 after only 16 months in office, before Sarah had even established regular correspondence with his administration. President Millard Fillmore, who succeeded. Taylor was sympathetic to the Thanksgiving proposal when Sarah wrote to him in 1851, but he took no action during his term. His response to her letter was polite and encouraging. He agreed that National Thanksgiving seemed worthwhile, but he cited other priorities and constitutional concerns about federal authority to designate holidays. The constitutional concerns were becoming a pattern in responses from federal officials. Many expressed sympathy for the idea of National Thanksgiving, but questioned whether the President had authority to proclaim a national holiday. The Constitution didn't mention presidential holiday proclamations. Washington and Madison had issued Thanksgiving proclamations, but those had been presented as recommendations rather than mandates, and subsequent presidents had not continued the practice, suggesting that such proclamations might exceed appropriate presidential authority. Sarah researched this constitutional question carefully, consulting legal texts and historical precedents. She concluded that presidential Thanksgiving proclamations were clearly constitutional. The President has inherent authority to issue non-binding proclamations and recommendations, and Washington's precedent established that such proclamations could include designating days for Thanksgiving and prayer. The fact that later presidents hadn't continued the practice reflected their choices, not constitutional limitations. She incorporated this constitutional argument into subsequent letters, always including a paragraph explaining that presidential Thanksgiving proclamations had clear precedent in Washington's and Madison's examples, and that such proclamations didn't violate any constitutional principles because they were recommendations rather than mandates. The campaign continued through the 1850s. President Franklin Pierce, 1853-1857, received multiple letters from Sarah about Thanksgiving, but took no action. Pierce was preoccupied with the Kansas-Nebraska Act and the violent conflicts over slavery in Kansas Territory. He responded politely to Sarah's letters, but clearly considered Thanksgiving proclamations far less important than preventing civil war over slavery. President James Buchanan, 1857-1861, was similarly non-responsive. Buchanan's presidency was consumed by the slavery crisis, with southern states threatening secession and northern states demanding that slavery not expand into new territories. The nation was splitting apart, and Buchanan seemed unable or unwilling to take strong action to prevent it. Thanksgiving proclamations were nowhere near his list of priorities. By 1857, 11 years into the campaign, some people gently suggested to Sarah that perhaps this goal was unachievable, that presidents simply wouldn't involve themselves in something as minor as holiday proclamations, that her time might be better spent on other causes that had more realistic prospects for success. Sarah listened politely to such suggestions and continued the campaign. She was committed now, invested not just intellectually, but emotionally. The campaign had become part of her identity, part of how she understood her work's purpose. Stopping would feel like admitting defeat, acknowledging that 11 years of effort had been wasted. More importantly, she still believed the cause was worthwhile. The nation's divisions were deepening, the slavery crisis was intensifying, and the need for unifying symbols was greater than ever. If anything, the deteriorating political situation made Thanksgiving more important rather than less. If Americans could observe Thanksgiving together despite their political differences, that might provide a small reminder of shared identity that could help prevent complete fracture. The years 1858, 1859 and 1860 brought increasing political turmoil. The Lincoln-Douglas debates of 1858 crystallized northern and southern positions on slavery. John Brown's raid on Harper's Ferry in 1859 terrified Southerners and thrilled some Northerners. The election of 1860 produced 4 presidential candidates and resulted in Abraham Lincoln's victory with less than 40% of the popular vote. Southern states began seceding even before Lincoln took office. In March 1861, South Carolina left the Union in December 1860, followed by Mississippi, Florida, Alabama, Georgia, Louisiana and Texas by February 1861. They formed the Confederate States of America, elected Jefferson Davis as president, and seized federal property within their borders. In April 1861, Confederate forces fired on Fort Sumter in Charleston Harbor, and the Civil War began. Lincoln called for troops to suppress the rebellion. 4 more states, Virginia, Arkansas, Tennessee, and North Carolina, joined the Confederacy. The nation split apart completely, with hundreds of thousands of men mobilizing for what everyone assumed would be a short conflict. Some of Sarah's correspondence suggested that wartime made Thanksgiving advocacy inappropriate. The nation had more serious concerns than holiday coordination, but Sarah saw the opposite. Wartime made national symbols of unity more important, not less. A nationally observed Thanksgiving could remind Americans that despite the war, despite the killing, they shared common traditions and values that transcended political conflicts. She continued the campaign through 1861 and 1862, now framing Thanksgiving as a wartime necessity rather than merely a convenient coordination. The arguments evolved to emphasize unity, healing, and shared gratitude despite division. Thanksgiving could provide a moment when families, North and South, gathered in similar ways, expressed similar gratitude, and participated in similar traditions, a reminder of commonality during a time of horrific violence. The war's casualties were staggering. The First Battle of Bull Run in July 1861 killed or wounded nearly 5,000 men and shattered illusions about a quick conflict. The Battle of Shiloh in April 1862 produced 23,000 casualties over 2 days. The 7 Days battles in June 1862 cost both sides more than 30,000 casualties. Antietam in September 1862 became the bloodiest single day in American history, with over 22,000 casualties. Sarah read the casualty lists in newspapers, the seemingly endless columns of names representing young men who would never return home. How many mothers had lost sons? How many wives had lost husbands? How many children would grow up without fathers? This made the Thanksgiving campaign feel both more urgent and more futile. Urgent because the nation desperately needed anything that could promote unity and healing. Futile because what did a holiday matter when the country was tearing itself apart, when tens of thousands were dying, when the outcome of the war remained uncertain? And yet Sarah persisted. Persistence had become almost automatic, the campaign so ingrained in her work routine that stopping would have felt unnatural. Each autumn she wrote letters about Thanksgiving. Each November she published editorials advocating for national observance. Each year she refined arguments and contacted new officials and maintained faith that eventually, somehow, someone would listen. Which brings us back to September 1863, where our story began. Sarah has been advocating for National Thanksgiving for 17 years. She's written hundreds of letters to governors, senators, congressmen, cabinet members, and presidents. She's published dozens of editorials in Godey's Ladies' Book, reaching hundreds of thousands of readers. She's corresponded with other advocates, built networks of support, and gathered documentation about state-level coordination efforts. And she's about to write another letter to President Lincoln, the latest in a series that stretches back to 1846, hoping that perhaps this time, finally, during this terrible war that has already cost so many lives, a president will decide that National Thanksgiving could serve a purpose worth the minor effort of issuing a proclamation. The origins of the mission explain the patience. When you've been working towards something for 17 years, another letter doesn't feel like a burden. It's just the next step in a process that has defined your work for so long that you can't imagine stopping. The campaign has become part of Sarah's identity, inseparable from her sense of purpose and professional mission. Some might call this persistence admirable. Others might call it obsessive. Sarah considers it simply necessary. The cause is worthwhile, the goal is achievable, and someone needs to keep pushing until it happens. If not her, then who? If not now, then when? So she continues, one letter at a time, one editorial at a time, 1 year at a time, with patient faith that eventually persistence will overcome indifference and inertia. By 10:30, Sarah has finished reviewing the October proofs and has moved on to the next task that defines her daily work. Correspondence. Not the morning mail that arrived today, that's been sorted and will be addressed throughout the day, but the outgoing letters that she must write, the responses and initiatives that require her personal attention and signature. The desk drawer on the left side contains a wooden file box divided into sections, each one labelled with a category of correspondence that requires regular attention. She pulls this box out and sets it on the desk, opening it to review what needs to be written today. The file box itself is made from pine, with brass hinges and a small latch that keeps it closed during storage. The interior is divided into 8 compartments of varying sizes, created by thin wooden dividers that slide into grooves. Each compartment holds folders and loose papers related to its category, organised chronologically with most recent materials in front. The categories reflect the scope of her work. Authors, current. Authors, prospective. Publishers and printers, subscribers, important. Social reform correspondence, educational institutions, government officials, Thanksgiving campaign. The largest compartment is Authors Current. Maintaining relationships with regular contributors requires constant correspondence about manuscripts, payments, deadlines, and revisions. The smallest is Educational Institutions. Sarah occasionally corresponds with women's schools about curriculum and educational philosophy, But this isn't a major part of her work. The Thanksgiving campaign section is thickest despite not being the largest compartment. The section contains notes and drafts and copies of letters sent over the years, 17 years of patient, persistent correspondence advocating for the same cause over and over. Sarah has been writing to governors, senators, congressmen, and presidents about Thanksgiving since 1846, and she keeps copies of every letter and every response, creating a paper trail that documents the campaign's history. She pulls out the Thanksgiving campaign section and sets it on her desk, reviewing recent letters and responses. The most recent materials are on top, easily accessible without having to dig through older correspondence. There's a draft of a letter to Senator Charles Sumner from Massachusetts, who has shown interest in social reform causes and might be sympathetic to the Thanksgiving proposal. There are copies of letters sent to 3 governors last month, asking them to coordinate their state's Thanksgiving observance with neighbouring states. And there are notes for the letter she's been planning to write to President Lincoln, the letter that might finally, after all these years, produce federal action. The notes are written on several sheets of paper that have been revised multiple times, with crossed-out phrases and marginal additions, showing how Sarah has refined her arguments over repeated drafting sessions. But this morning, the Thanksgiving letters can wait. First, there are 3 author letters that need responses, 2 accepting submissions for future issues, and 1, regrettably, declining a story that isn't quite right for Godey's, despite the author's obvious talent and sincerity. Sarah pulls a fresh sheet of paper from the drawer, positions it carefully on the desk so it's square with the edge, and dips her pen in the inkwell. The nib enters the ink with a small sound, barely audible but familiar to Sarah after decades of the same motion, the slight resistance as steel breaks the ink's surface tension, then the smooth entry as the nib submerges to its optimal depth. She draws the pen out slowly, allowing excess ink to drip back into the well, then taps it gently against the inkwell's rim to remove the final surplus that might otherwise blot the paper. The tapping motion is precise, learned through experience. Too gentle and excess ink remains on the nib, causing blots when pen first touches paper. Too forceful, and the tapping splashes ink droplets that might stain documents or clothing. The proper technique is a gentle but firm double tap, 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 that removes excess without creating splash. The first stroke of pen on paper makes a small scratching sound that's become one of the defining sounds of her life. Thousands of letters, hundreds of thousands of words, all beginning with that same small scratch of steel nib on paper fibre. The sound is somehow satisfying, marking the transition from thought to physical document, from intention to action. Dear Mrs. Harrison, she begins, writing in the careful script that characterises her correspondence, clear and legible, professional without being overly ornate. Each letter is formed deliberately, connected to the next with small linking strokes that flow naturally from years of practice. The script is distinctive enough to be recognisable, but not so elaborate as to slow her writing speed. Professional correspondence requires finding balance between beauty and efficiency. I am pleased to inform you that your story, The Autumn Garden, has been accepted for publication in Godey's Lady's Book. The letter continues with specific details. The story will appear in the December issue. Payment will be $30, a respectable sum for a short story in 1863, equivalent to perhaps a week's wages for a skilled worker. Changes may be requested during the editing process, but the story is fundamentally sound as submitted. The letter expresses genuine appreciation for the author's work while maintaining professional distance, friendly but not overly familiar, encouraging but not effusive. Professional correspondence requires careful tone management. Too cold and authors feel like interchangeable sources of content. Too warm, and they might make inappropriate demands or assume personal friendship that doesn't exist. The ideal tone acknowledges the author's individual humanity while maintaining professional boundaries that protect both parties. Sarah's acceptance letters always include these practical details. Authors deserve to know exactly what to expect, and clarity prevents misunderstandings later. She's learned over decades of editorial work that clear communication at the beginning of the process saves confusion and hurt feelings down the line. Some editors are vague about timing and payment, creating anxiety for authors who don't know when to expect publication or money. Sarah considers such vagueness unprofessional and unnecessarily cruel. Why create uncertainty when clarity requires only slightly more effort? The letter takes approximately 7 minutes to write. Sarah works steadily, but not rushed, maintaining the careful penmanship that makes her correspondence distinctive. Each sentence is composed mentally before being written, reducing the need for extensive revisions or crossed-out phrases. When she finishes, she reads through the complete letter once more, checking for any unclear phrasing or information that should have been included but wasn't. The review catches one small ambiguity, a sentence about requested changes that could be read 2 different ways. Sarah adds a clarifying phrase in the margin, with a carré, pause, showing where it should be inserted, though we anticipate requiring only minor adjustments to dialogue in the final scene. The addition makes the meaning unambiguous. Changes might be requested, but they'll be minor and specific, not wholesale revision. Finding nothing else to correct, she signs it Sarah J. Hale, editor, using the abbreviated form of her middle name that appears on all professional correspondence. The signature itself has evolved over the years. When Sarah first began her editorial career in 1828, she signed S.J. Hale, partially concealing her gender because some people believed women couldn't be competent editors. As her reputation established itself, she began using Sarah J. Hale, claiming her full identity while maintaining professional brevity. The signature is now recognizable. Contributors show letters signed by Sarah J. Hale to their friends as proof of professional achievement. She blots the signature carefully, pressing the blotter firmly to absorb excess ink before it can smudge or transfer to other documents. The blotter makes a slight sound as it presses against the still wet ink, a soft rustling that indicates absorption is happening. Sarah counts silently to 3 before lifting the blotter, giving the paper time to absorb fully. 3 seconds is usually sufficient for signatures, though longer text passages sometimes require 5 or even 10 seconds of blotting time. The blotter shows a reversed image of her signature when lifted, joining the countless other reversed signatures that mark previous correspondence. The signature is legible in reverse. If held up to a mirror, Sarah J. Hale, editor, would read correctly. These reversed images create an accidental archive of her work, a ghost record of correspondence that parallels the official. Copies she files. The letter is set aside to dry completely before folding and sealing it in an envelope. Ink takes several minutes to dry fully, even after blotting removes surface wetness. Folding, while still slightly damp, could cause the ink to transfer to the opposite side of the fold, creating smudges that ruin the letter's appearance. Better to be patient and let the drying happen naturally. Sarah has a small wire rack on her desk specifically for drying correspondence. Half a dozen slots where letters can stand upright, exposed to air on both sides for maximum drying efficiency. She places Mrs. Harrison's letter in the first slot, positioning it so air circulates freely. The second acceptance letter is similar in structure, but different in content and emphasis. The author is a young woman in Ohio who has submitted several times before without success, and Sarah takes particular care with this letter to emphasize how much the author's persistence has improved her craft. "Dear Miss Patterson," she begins, then pauses to gather her thoughts about how to phrase the encouragement effectively. This author has submitted 4 stories over the past year and a half. The first 3 were declined with brief notes explaining why they didn't meet the magazine's standards. This fourth submission finally succeeds, and Sarah wants to make sure the author understands why, so she can continue producing publishable work. Your continued submissions have shown remarkable growth in technical skill and emotional depth, Sarah writes, each word chosen deliberately to convey specific meaning. Remarkable, because the improvement really has been significant, not just marginal. Technical skill to acknowledge that craft matters alongside imagination. Emotional depth, because the story succeeds in making readers care about characters. This story succeeds where earlier attempts did not because you have developed confidence in your own voice, rather than imitating others. I encourage you to continue writing with the same authentic perspective that makes The Miller's Daughter so engaging. This kind of detailed feedback takes extra time compared to a generic acceptance, but Sarah believes it's important. Young writers need encouragement and specific guidance about what works and why. Generic praise like "nice story" doesn't help writers improve, while thoughtful analysis of specific strengths provides a framework for continued development. The letter takes 15 minutes to write, longer than Mrs. Harrison's because Sarah wants to explain exactly what this author is doing right, so she can continue doing it. The letter includes specific examples from the story, particular dialogue exchanges that feel authentic, descriptive passages that create vivid atmosphere, character moments that reveal personality through action rather than explanation. When finished, Sarah reads through the entire letter carefully, making sure the tone balances encouragement with professionalism. The letter should make Miss Patterson feel proud of her achievement without suggesting that publication guarantees future success or creates personal obligation beyond the professional relationship. Satisfied, she signs and blots the letter, then places it in the drying rack beside Mrs. Harrison's acceptance. 2 down, 1 more author letter to go, the difficult one. The rejection letter requires more thought and more care than acceptances. The author, Miss Patterson, confusingly, also named Patterson though unrelated to the Ohio, Patterson, who just received an acceptance, has submitted 3 stories over the past 6 months. The stories show talent, but haven't yet developed the skill to make that talent produce publishable work. Sarah wants to encourage continued development while being honest about why this particular story doesn't meet the magazine standards. Rejection letters can discourage aspiring writers permanently, or they can provide useful feedback that helps writers improve. Sarah always tries for the latter, even when it requires more time and thought than a brief form rejection would take. She sits for a moment, thinking about how to phrase the rejection in a way that's honest but not crushing. The pen hovers above the paper, a drop of ink forming at the nib's tip, but not yet large enough to fall. Sarah touches the pen to the inkwell's rim, removing the excess before it can drip and stain documents below. "Dear Miss Patterson," she writes, then pauses to consider her words carefully. The opening is particularly important in rejection letters. It sets the tone for everything that follows. Too apologetic and it sounds insincere. Too blunt and it sounds cruel. The ideal opening acknowledges the submission respectfully while preparing the author for unwelcome news. Thank you for submitting the Riverbank meeting for consideration. While the story shows your continuing development as a writer, particularly in your descriptions of natural settings, it does not quite meet our current needs. The phrase "does not quite meet our current needs" is deliberately chosen. Current needs suggests that the problem might be timing or fit rather than absolute quality. Perhaps this story would work at a different time or for a different magazine. This softens the rejection slightly without being dishonest. The story really doesn't meet Godey's standards, but framing it as a matter of current needs is kinder than saying, "This isn't good enough." The letter continues with specific feedback about pacing issues. The story takes too long to establish its central conflict, spending excessive time on descriptive passages that don't advance the plot. Sarah explains that descriptive writing is valuable but it must serve the story's larger purposes rather than existing for its own sake. Beautiful description that doesn't contribute to character development or plot progression becomes tedious regardless of its technical quality. Your opening passages describing the riverbank in morning light show excellent observational skill and poetic language, Sarah writes, being specific about what works well. However, these descriptions occupy the story's first 3 pages without introducing characters or conflict. Readers become impatient when asked to wait so long for the story to begin. Consider integrating descriptive passages with character action and dialogue so that setting details emerge naturally through the story rather than being presented as separate set pieces. This feedback is detailed and actionable. It identifies the specific problem and suggests a concrete solution. Generic comments like, "Improve your pacing," don't help writers understand what to change. Specific analysis like this gives writers clear direction for revision. Sarah also notes dialogue problems. The characters all sound similar to each other, using similar vocabulary and sentence structures, making conversations feel artificial. Real people have distinctive speech patterns. They choose different words, construct sentences differently, have verbal tics and favourite phrases that distinguish them. Good dialogue should allow readers to identify who's speaking even without attribution tags like "she said" or "he replied." Listen carefully to how actual people talk, Sarah suggests. Note the differences between educated and uneducated speakers, between young and old, between optimistic and cynical personalities. Your characters should sound as different from each other as real people do. Currently, all your characters speak like the same person using different names. This advice comes from Sarah's own experience as a writer. She learned decades ago that good dialogue requires careful attention to how different types of people actually speak, not how writers imagine they speak. The difference between authentic and artificial dialogue is often subtle but crucial. The letter continues with more specific feedback, but also with genuine encouragement about elements that work well. The story's resolution feels earned rather than arbitrary. The protagonist's emotional journey is well conceived, even if the execution needs work. And the core conflict between family duty and personal desire is compelling and relatable. With continued practice and attention to craft, I am confident you will produce work that meets our standards, Sarah writes in conclusion. Please do continue submitting your stories to Godey's Lady's Book. The talent is evident. It simply needs further development through persistent effort and careful revision. The letter takes 25 minutes to write, much longer than the acceptance letters, but Sarah believes it's time well spent. Young writers deserve thoughtful responses, not perfunctory rejections that provide no guidance for improvement. If Miss Patterson takes this feedback seriously and revises her approach, her next submission might well be publishable. Even if not, even if, she'll be a better writer for having received specific, constructive criticism rather than a generic form rejection. When the letter is finished and signed, Sarah has written 3 substantial pieces of correspondence, each one requiring different tone and approach: straightforward acceptance, enthusiastic acceptance with mentorship, and constructive rejection. The variation keeps the work interesting, prevents it from becoming purely mechanical repetition. By 11 o'clock, the 3 author letters are drying in the rack, waiting to be folded and sealed. Sarah allows herself a brief break from correspondence to stretch her legs and rest her eyes from the strain of close reading and careful writing. She rises from her desk, feeling the stiffness in her back and shoulders that comes from sitting hunched over correspondence for an hour. The chair is comfortable, but not ergonomically designed. Victorian furniture assumes that sitting for long periods is natural and requires no special accommodation. Sarah has learned through experience that periodic standing and stretching prevents the worst discomfort. She walks to the window that Mr. Peterson opened earlier, looking down at Chestnut Street below, where Philadelphia goes about its daily business. The morning has progressed toward noon, and street traffic has increased. More carts and carriages passing, more pedestrians on sidewalks, the general bustle of a commercial district during business hours. A woman in full morning dress walks past on the sidewalk below. Black dress, black bonnet, black shawl, the elaborate costume of deep mourning that indicates recent loss. She's a widow, most likely, though the mourning could be for a son or brother killed in battle. The war has filled Philadelphia with widows, with mothers who have lost sons, with families shattered by violence hundreds of miles away. How many women in Philadelphia are wearing mourning black these days? Sarah doesn't know the exact number, but knows it's substantial. Hundreds certainly, perhaps thousands. Each one represents a family destroyed by the war, a life ended prematurely, grief that will persist long after the political crisis resolves. Sarah herself wore mourning black for 2 years after David died in 1822, the first year in full mourning dress, the second year in half mourning, with some colour returning gradually. The costume was uncomfortable and expensive, but custom demanded it, and Sarah complied with customs even when she found them burdensome. Victorian mourning practices are elaborate and specific, with different periods requiring different clothing, different social behaviours, different expectations for widows versus other mourners. She's grateful those mourning years are long past, grateful she doesn't have to navigate them again. But watching the widow on the street below, Sarah feels deep sympathy for what that woman is experiencing. The raw grief, the social isolation, the financial anxiety, all the burdens that accompany widowhood in a society that provides minimal support for women who lose husbands. Sarah returns to her desk, refreshed by the brief break, ready to continue the day's correspondence. The office assistant, Thomas, appears with a pot of tea and some simple biscuits, part of the mid-morning routine that helps sustain the editorial staff through their long working days. Thomas is perhaps 22 years old, the son of a printer who works with one of Godey's suppliers. He's been working at the magazine for 2 years, learning the business and proving himself reliable enough that Sarah trusts him with increasingly responsible tasks. He's intelligent and observant, with ambitions to eventually work in publishing himself, and Sarah has been providing informal mentorship when time allows. "Good morning, Mrs. Hale," Thomas says, setting the tea tray on the corner of her desk carefully to avoid disturbing the sorted correspondence and drying letters. "I have that information you requested about states' Thanksgiving dates from last year. Shall I leave it here or file it with your other Thanksgiving materials?" "Leave it here, please, Thomas. I'll be using it this afternoon when I work on the Lincoln letter." The information will be useful when writing to Lincoln, having specific data about which states observed Thanksgiving and when strengthens the argument for federal coordination. Statistics and documentation make arguments more persuasive than vague assertions about many states or widespread practice. Thomas sets down a folder containing the information, several pages of handwritten notes showing which states observed Thanksgiving in 1862, what dates they chose, and how those dates were proclaimed. The research took Thomas several hours yesterday, consulting back issues of newspapers and state government documents available in Philadelphia libraries. "I found something interesting," Thomas adds, lingering briefly. 24 states observed Thanksgiving in 1862, but they used 9 different dates spread across November and December. New York and Pennsylvania both chose the same day, November 27th, but Massachusetts chose November 20th, and Virginia chose December 18th. There's no pattern or coordination at all. "That's exactly the problem I've been trying to solve for 17 years, Sarah says with a slight smile. "Thank you for the research, Thomas. It will be very helpful." Thomas withdraws to allow Sarah her break, and she pours herself tea from the pot he brought. The tea is plain black tea, brewed strong, with just a small amount of sugar and no milk. the way Sarah has drunk tea for decades, the flavour familiar and comforting. The biscuits are simple butter cookies, made fresh that morning by the bakery on the ground floor of this building. The building's ground floor houses commercial businesses, the bakery, a stationer's shop, a small general store, while the upper floors contain offices and workspaces for various professional and commercial enterprises. The bakery's proximity makes fresh breakfast and mid-morning refreshments easily accessible for office workers. Sarah eats one biscuit slowly, breaking off small pieces and letting them dissolve on her tongue while she drinks tea and thinks about the Lincoln letter she'll write this afternoon. The break is restful after an hour of intense concentration on correspondence. She reviews the information Thomas compiled about 1862 Thanksgiving observances, noting the pattern of fragmentation that makes her case for federal coordination. 24 states observed, 9 different dates, no consistency or coordination. Families living in different states couldn't celebrate together. Merchants and businesses couldn't plan around a fixed date. The tradition existed but remained fractured and inconsistent. This data will strengthen her argument to Lincoln. Rather than making vague claims about the need for coordination, she can cite specific examples. Last year, 24 states observed Thanksgiving on 9 different dates ranging from November 20th to December 18th. New York families could not celebrate with Massachusetts relatives despite both states observing Thanksgiving because their dates differed by 7 days. Concrete examples are always more persuasive than abstract arguments. People respond to specific stories and data more than to general principles. Sarah has learned this through years of advocacy. The letters that produced responses were those that included specific examples and documentation, not those that relied purely on logical argument. By 11:30 the tea is finished and Sarah feels ready to continue working. But instead of immediately returning to correspondence, she allows herself a brief moment with Lydia Sigourney's letter, the personal correspondence she set aside this morning to read more carefully during her break. Lydia's letter is dated September 15th, written from her home in Hartford, Connecticut, where she's lived for decades, while building her career as one of America's most successful poets. The envelope is addressed in Lydia's familiar flowing script that Sarah would recognize anywhere. Elegant loops, carefully formed capitals, the handwriting of someone trained in penmanship as a specific skill rather than merely as a functional necessity. Sarah opens the envelope carefully with her father's letter opener, sliding the blade under the wax seal that Lydia uses for personal correspondence. The seal bears Lydia's initials, LHS for Lydia Howard Sigourney, pressed into red wax that has hardened during the letter's journey from Hartford to Philadelphia. The wax seal is slightly smudged, probably from handling during postal transit, but the initials are still clearly visible. Wax seals are becoming less common as pre-gummed envelopes gain popularity, but some correspondents, particularly older ones like Lydia, maintain traditional practices out of habit and preference. "My dear Sarah," the letter begins, the salutation more intimate than most business correspondence, but appropriate for a friendship that has developed over years of shared advocacy. "I hope this letter finds you well, and that the work of editing continues to bring you satisfaction despite its considerable demands. I write with news that will interest you regarding our shared concern for a national Thanksgiving observance." The letter continues with news that several Connecticut ministers have preached sermons supporting the idea of a federal Thanksgiving proclamation, and that one of them has connections to Secretary of State William Seward, who might be sympathetic to the cause. Lydia suggests that a coordinated letter-writing campaign from multiple prominent women, presented through Seward's clerical connection, might help advance the campaign toward actually achieving Lincoln's support. Reverend Horace Bushnell of Hartford has expressed interest in our cause, Lydia writes, her enthusiasm evident in the emphatic underlines she uses for emphasis. He preached a sermon just last Sunday about the importance of national unity through shared traditions and mentioned Thanksgiving specifically as an example. He tells me that he corresponds regularly with Secretary Seward on various moral and social questions, and he believes Seward might be receptive to arguments about Thanksgiving's potential for promoting national healing during wartime. This is useful information, potentially very useful. Sarah has written to Seward before, several times actually, but previous letters haven't produced results. Perhaps a coordinated approach with multiple correspondents writing simultaneously and with clerical support from someone Seward respects would carry more weight than individual letters. The clerical connection is particularly valuable because ministers have moral authority that secular advocates lack. If prominent ministers frame Thanksgiving as a moral and spiritual matter rather than merely a practical coordination issue, government officials might take it more seriously. Sarah makes notes on her desk pad. Write to Seward. Coordinate with Lydia and Reverend Bushnell. Emphasise national unity during wartime. Request clerical letters of support from other ministers. These notes will become action items for later in the week, additions to the ongoing campaign that continues regardless of individual successes or failures. She folds Lydia's letter carefully and places it in the Thanksgiving campaign section of her correspondence file, where it joins dozens of other letters from supporters, skeptics, and government officials who have responded or not responded to her persistent advocacy over the years. The file for the Thanksgiving campaign has grown thick over 17 years. If Sarah spread out all the letters chronologically, they would probably cover her entire desk. Hundreds of pieces of correspondence documenting a campaign that has produced modest progress but not yet achieved its central goal of federal action. Sometimes Sarah reviews these old letters, reading through the history of her advocacy, noting how arguments have evolved and how different officials have responded. The file serves both as a record of work done and as a resource for future efforts. When writing to a new governor or senator, she can review how previous officials in similar positions responded, learning from past failures and successes to craft more effective new letters. The file also serves as evidence of her persistence. If anyone ever questions whether she's really been advocating for Thanksgiving for 17 years, she can point to this file as proof. Dated correspondence going back to 1846, showing consistent effort sustained over nearly 2 decades. Now finally, it's time for the work that matters most to her this week. The work that she hopes will be her breakthrough after 17 years of patient advocacy. Writing the letter to President Lincoln that might finally produce federal action on Thanksgiving. But first, a moment to prepare mentally. Sarah closes her eyes briefly, taking a deep breath and letting it out slowly. This letter is important, possibly the most important letter she'll write this year, maybe the most important letter of the entire Thanksgiving campaign. It needs to be perfect, clear, persuasive, respectful, and compelling. She opens her eyes and begins gathering materials. The finest paper for the actual letter, her best pen with the newest nib, the research Thomas compiled about 1862 Thanksgiving observances, notes from previous Lincoln correspondence, copies of Washington's and Madison's Thanksgiving proclamations that establish historical precedent. Everything is arranged within easy reach on her desk. The midday sun streams through the window, providing excellent light for careful writing. The office is relatively quiet. Most staff members are focused on their own work, creating a peaceful atmosphere conducive to concentration. Sarah pulls the finest paper from her drawer, heavy cream stock with a subtle watermark, the paper reserved for the most important correspondence. She positions it carefully on the desk, perfectly square with the edges. She checks her pen nib, tests it briefly on scrap paper to ensure smooth flow. She dips the pen in ink, taps excess against the rim, and prepares to begin. The letter to President Abraham Lincoln asking him to issue a presidential proclamation declaring Thanksgiving a national holiday. This is the culmination of 17 years of work. Every letter written since 1846, every editorial published in Godey's, every conversation with supporters and skeptics, every refinement of arguments and strategy. It all comes down to this letter, and whether it can finally convince a president to act. Sarah takes another deep breath, centering herself. Then she begins to write. The letter to President Lincoln requires nearly 2 hours to write, from first draft through final copy. This isn't because Sarah writes slowly. Decades of editorial work have made her quite efficient at putting words on paper, but because every sentence must be considered carefully, every argument presented with maximum clarity and persuasive power, every phrase examined for possible misinterpretation. She begins not with the letter itself, but with reviewing her strategy. Before writing a single word to Lincoln, she thinks through what she's trying to accomplish and how best to accomplish it. The goal is clear. Convince Lincoln to issue a presidential proclamation declaring the last Thursday in November as a day of national thanksgiving. The mechanism is equally clear, a letter that makes the strongest possible case for this action, anticipating and addressing likely objections, providing supporting evidence, and making the request specific and actionable. But how to structure such a letter? What arguments to emphasize? What tone to strike? These questions require thought before writing begins. Sarah pulls out a piece of scrap paper and begins outlining her approach. 1. Opening. Establish credibility and request attention. Historical precedent. Washington and Madison issued Thanksgiving proclamations. 3. Current fragmented practice. States observe on different dates, creating confusion. 4. Benefits of uniformity. Families can coordinate, businesses can plan. National symbol emerges. 5. Wartime relevance, unity symbols, particularly important during Division 6. Specific proposal, last Thursday in November, annually, by Presidential Proclamation 7. Closing, respectful request for action. The outline is simple but comprehensive, covering all major points that need to be made. Each section will require only a paragraph or two. The letter must be substantial enough to make its case thoroughly, but not so long that it loses reader attention. With the structure planned, Sarah begins writing the first full draft. She doesn't worry about perfect phrasing yet. The goal is to get all the arguments down on paper in roughly the right order, creating raw material that can be refined through revision. She writes steadily for about 45 minutes, producing a complete draft that includes all the major points from her outline. The draft is workable, but not polished. Some sentences are awkward, some transitions are rough, and some arguments could be clearer, but the substance is there, ready to be refined. Sarah sets the first draft aside and takes a brief break. She rises from her desk, stretches her back and shoulders, walks to the window to look out at Philadelphia's streets. The break isn't long, perhaps 5 minutes, but it allows her to approach the draft fresh, seeing problems she might have missed if she had reviewed it immediately. Returning to her desk, she reads through the complete draft carefully, marking problems and making notes about how to fix them. The opening paragraph seems too apologetic. She's asking for something reasonable, not begging for a favour. The historical precedent section is too detailed. Lincoln doesn't need a complete history lesson, just enough to establish that presidential Thanksgiving proclamations have precedence. The section about current fragmented practice works well, with Thomas's research providing concrete examples of the coordination problem. The benefits of uniformity section could be stronger. She should emphasize not just practical benefits, but also symbolic importance. The wartime relevance section is effective, but could be more emotionally resonant without becoming manipulative. Sarah begins revising, working through the draft paragraph by paragraph, improving clarity and strengthening arguments. The opening is rewritten to be more confident. Before, I hope you will forgive me for taking your precious time during this difficult period, but I write regarding a matter that, while perhaps seeming minor compared to the great challenges you face, might nonetheless contribute to national healing. After, permit me, as editress of the Lady's Book, to request a few moments of your precious time, while laying before you a subject of deep interest to myself and, as I trust, even to the President of our Republic, of some importance. This subject is to have the day of our annual Thanksgiving made a national and fixed Union festival. The revision is more direct and confident. Instead of apologising for writing, it politely requests attention. Instead of suggesting the matter is minor, it frames it as important. The phrase Fixed Union Festival emphasises national unity, union being Lincoln's central political commitment. The historical precedent section is condensed. Before, in 1789, President George Washington issued the first presidential Thanksgiving proclamation at the request of Congress, designating November 26th of that year as a day of Thanksgiving for the adoption of the Federal Constitution. This proclamation was renewed in 1795. President James Madison issued similar proclamations in 1814 and 1815 during and after the War of 1812. These proclamations established clear precedent for presidential involvement in designating days of thanksgiving and prayer. After, in 1789, President Washington issued our first National Thanksgiving Proclamation. Since then, the custom has been observed by individual states, each appointing its own day, according to the good pleasure of the governor or the state legislature. The result has been that our grand national festival has become local in its observance, fragmented in its timing, and consequently weakened in its power to unite and inspire. The revision maintains the historical precedent while focusing more on the problem that needs solving. Washington's example is mentioned but not dwelt upon. The emphasis shifts to how current practice falls short of the Thanksgiving ideal. The wartime relevance section receives particular attention. Sarah wants to emphasize how Thanksgiving could promote national healing without seeming to minimize the war's seriousness or to suggest that a holiday proclamation somehow solves the nation's profound divisions. She writes several versions, trying to find the right balance. Version 1. During this terrible war, our nation needs symbols of unity more than ever. A national Thanksgiving could remind Americans that despite our current divisions, we share common traditions and values. Too direct, possibly insulting to Lincoln by implying he hasn't thought about national unity. Version 2. The war has torn families apart, with brothers fighting brothers and fathers separated from sons. A national Thanksgiving, observed simultaneously North and South, could provide a moment of shared reflection that transcends political conflicts. Better, but the reference to North and South is problematic. It might seem to legitimize the Confederacy by treating it as a separate entity deserving equal consideration. Version 3. As our nation endures its most severe trial, symbols of common identity and shared tradition become especially important. A national Thanksgiving observance would remind all Americans, wherever they reside and whatever their current allegiances, of bonds that persist despite temporary divisions. This version works better. It acknowledges the war without dwelling on it, emphasizes unity without being preachy, and frames Thanksgiving as a reminder of existing bonds rather than as creating something new. Sarah continues revising, working through each paragraph systematically. By the time she's satisfied with the revised draft, more than an hour has passed since she began writing. Her hand aches from holding the pen in writing position for so long, and her eyes feel strained from reading and rereading the same text repeatedly, but the revised draft is much stronger than the original. The arguments are clearer, the language is more persuasive, and the overall structure flows logically from opening to conclusion. She's ready to produce the final clean copy, the version that will actually be sent to Lincoln. But first, one more break. Sarah rises from her desk and walks slowly around the office, giving her hand time to rest and her eyes time to recover from intense close focus. The office is quieter now than it was during the morning. It's past noon, and some staff members have left for lunch, while others eat at their desks while working. Mr. Peterson is at his desk near the window, eating a sandwich while reviewing fashion plates for the December issue. Miss Williams has gone to lunch. Her desk is empty, her chair pushed in tidily. The assistant Thomas is sorting mail that arrived during the midday postal delivery. Sarah returns to her desk after a few minutes of walking, ready for the final push. She pulls out another sheet of the finest paper. She used one sheet for the first draft, and this second sheet will be the final copy. If she makes an error during transcription, she'll need to start over with a third sheet, but she's confident that her careful attention will prevent major mistakes. She positions the paper on her desk, dips her pen in ink, and begins transcribing the revised draft into its final form. This transcription requires complete concentration. There can be no errors, no crossed out words, no blots or smudges. The letter must be perfect, a physical embodiment of the professionalism and care that have characterized Sarah's 17-year campaign. She writes slowly and deliberately, forming each letter of each word with careful attention. The scratch of pen on paper is the only sound in her immediate vicinity, though the office around her hums with the quiet activity of other staff members working on their own tasks. "Dear Sir," she begins, using the formal address appropriate for correspondence with the President of the United States. The opening establishes proper respect without being obsequious. "Permit me, as editress of the Lady's Book, to request a few moments of your precious time, while laying before you a subject of deep interest to myself, and, as I trust, even to the President of our Republic, of some importance. This subject is to have the day of our annual Thanksgiving made a national and fixed Union festival." The pen moves steadily across the paper, each word taking shape through careful formation of individual letters. Sarah pauses occasionally to re-dip the pen in ink, maintaining consistent darkness of the written line without allowing the nib to become too dry. You may have observed that for some years past there has been an increasing interest felt in our land to have the Thanksgiving held on the same day in all the states. It now needs national recognition and authoritative fixation only to become permanently an American custom and institution. The word union in the opening paragraph is carefully written, slightly larger and more emphatic than surrounding words. This isn't accidental. Sarah wants to draw attention to the connection between Thanksgiving and national unity, making sure Lincoln notices the parallel to his own political goals. The letter continues through its carefully structured arguments: historical precedent, current fragmentation, benefits of coordination, wartime relevance, specific proposal. Each paragraph builds on the previous one, creating cumulative persuasive force rather than treating arguments as independent points. Governors of all the states and territories, as they desire to have the approval of the President, would appoint the last Thursday in November, annually, should he, as Chief Executive, appoint it. Thus the Great Union Festival of America would be established. This paragraph outlines the mechanism without demanding federal coercion. Governors would, naturally, follow presidential guidance out of desire for approval, not because they're forced to comply. The phrase Great Union Festival of America is deliberately grand, appealing to national pride and the desire to create distinctively American traditions. Sarah writes steadily for 25 minutes, transcribing the complete revised draft into its final form. Her concentration is total. She doesn't notice street sounds from below, doesn't hear Mr. Peterson turning pages at his desk, doesn't register Miss Williams returning from lunch. All attention is focused on perfect transcription, on creating a physical document worthy of its important purpose. Finally, the letter is complete, except for the signature. Sarah reads through the entire text one final time, checking every word against the revised draft to make sure nothing was accidentally changed or omitted during transcription. She finds no errors. The transcription is perfect, exact correspondence between draft and final copy. Satisfied, she signs the letter with her full professional signature. Sarah Josepha Hale, editress, Godey's Ladies' Book, Philadelphia. The signature is larger than her usual correspondence signatures, more emphatic and confident. This isn't false confidence. Sarah genuinely believes she is standing to write to the president about national policy, believes her 17 years of advocacy have earned her the right to make this request, believes her magazine's enormous readership gives her a meaningful platform. The signature dried, she reads the complete letter one final time, start to finish, hearing it as Lincoln might hear it when, if, he reads it. The opening establishes her credibility and requests attention, politely but firmly. The body makes clear arguments with supporting evidence. The conclusion requests specific action while remaining respectful of presidential authority. The tone throughout is confident but not arrogant, passionate but not emotional, clear but not simplistic. It's good. It's as good as she can make it. The culmination of 17 years of thinking about this issue, refining arguments, learning from failed attempts. If this letter doesn't convince Lincoln, it won't be because Sarah failed to make the best possible case. The letter needs to dry completely before folding. Rushing this step could cause the ink to smudge, ruining hours of careful work. So Sarah sets it aside in a safe place on her desk where it won't be disturbed, positioning it where afternoon sunlight will aid drying without being intense enough to make the paper curl. While the Lincoln letter dries, she writes 2 more routine letters. One to a lithographer about illustrations for the November issue, one to an author sending a modest payment for a poem that will appear in December. These letters are much simpler than the Lincoln correspondence, requiring only basic information and professional courtesy rather than careful argumentation. The routine correspondence provides mental rest after the intensity of composing the Lincoln letter. Sarah's mind can relax slightly, attending to simple tasks that don't require the same level of sustained concentration. This alternation between demanding and routine work helps prevent mental fatigue that would make afternoon tasks more difficult. By 2:30, the Lincoln letter is dry enough to fold. Sarah does this carefully, creasing the paper precisely so the letter will fit neatly in the envelope, without excessive bulk or awkward protrusions. She's folded thousands of letters over her career, and her hands perform the action automatically, holding the letter face up, bringing the bottom third up to cover the center portion, folding the top third down to meet the bottom edge, checking that all sides are even and the fold is crisp. The paper makes a slight sound when folded, a whisper of fibre bending against fibre. The folds create visible lines across the text, but this is expected and acceptable. Letters are meant to be folded for mailing. Readers understand that fold lines are normal and don't indicate carelessness. The folded letter slides easily into the envelope, heavy cream stock matching the letter paper, pre-addressed in Sarah's clearest handwriting during a brief moment while waiting for ink to dry. The address is simple and direct. The President, Executive Mansion, Washington, D.C. No additional flourishes, no excessive formality, just the clear identification of recipient and destination. The simplicity is deliberate. Ornate addressing might seem pretentious or might make the envelope harder to route properly through the postal system. She seals the envelope with a wafer, a small adhesive disc made from flour paste and coloured with red dye. The wafer is moistened with her tongue, slightly distasteful but necessary, and pressed firmly to both envelope flap and body, creating a seal that holds the envelope closed during transit. The wafer is more reliable than wax seals for long-distance mail and more professional looking than simply tucking the flap into the envelope body. The completed letter sits on her desk, ready to be posted. Tomorrow morning, Thomas will take it to the post office, along with the day's other outgoing correspondence. From there, it will travel by rail to Washington, arriving at the Executive Mansion within 2 or 3 days, if the rail lines aren't disrupted by military movements. Rail service between Philadelphia and Washington is generally reliable despite the war, operating on regular schedules unless military traffic or troop movements create delays. The journey takes approximately 4 hours by express train, longer by regular service that makes multiple stops. Mail travels on dedicated postal cars, sorted en route by postal clerks who work in travelling offices built into railway cars. Once in Washington, the letter will be delivered to the Executive Mansion, where it will join thousands of other letters arriving weekly. Presidential mail is overwhelming. Lincoln receives hundreds of letters daily from military officers, government officials, politicians, office seekers, concerned citizens, and cranks with bizarre proposals. Most mail is read and answered by secretaries who only bring the most important correspondence to Lincoln's personal attention. Will Sarah's letter reach Lincoln himself? Or will it be read by a secretary who files it away as yet another proposal from yet another well-meaning citizen? There's no way to know. All Sarah can do is what she's been doing for 17 years. Make the arguments clearly and persuasively, send the letters consistently and persistently, and trust that eventually, somehow, someone in authority will listen and act. This isn't the first letter she sent this year advocating for a national Thanksgiving proclamation, and it won't be the last. Earlier this year, she wrote to Secretary of State William Seward, to several senators including Charles Sumner of Massachusetts, and to the governors of 3 states that don't currently observe Thanksgiving at all. Each letter makes similar arguments, adapted to the specific recipient's circumstances and concerns. It's painstaking work, it's repetitive work, it's work that produces no immediate results and no guarantee of eventual success. Most letters go unanswered. Most arguments fall on deaf ears or in different minds. Most efforts produce nothing visible. But Sarah has been doing this work for 17 years because she believes it matters, because she thinks a national Thanksgiving holiday could genuinely help unite a fractured country, because someone needs to keep pushing this cause forward, and she's willing to be that someone. The work requires faith, not religious faith necessarily, though Sarah is religious, but faith that persistent effort can eventually overcome indifference and inertia. Faith that doing the right thing matters, even when results aren't visible. Faith that small contributions to large causes accumulate into significance, even when individual efforts seem meaningless. Sarah has sustained this faith for 17 years. Some days it comes easily, when she receives encouraging responses from governors or supportive letters from readers. Other days it requires conscious effort, when letters go unanswered, when federal officials express polite disinterest, when another year passes without achieving the central goal of presidential proclamation. Today, having just completed what might be the most important letter of the entire campaign, Sarah feels more hope than usual. The letter to Lincoln is strong, clear, persuasive, well-timed. Lincoln faces a terrible war that threatens the nation's survival. He needs symbols of unity, needs traditions that can remind Americans of their common identity. Thanksgiving could serve that purpose if given federal recognition. Maybe this time it will work. Maybe Lincoln will read the letter and recognize its wisdom. Maybe 1863 will be the year when 17 years of patient advocacy finally produces results. Or maybe not. Maybe this letter, like so many before it, will disappear into the flood of correspondence that overwhelms the Executive Mansion daily. Maybe Lincoln will never see it, or will see it but decide that Thanksgiving proclamations aren't a priority during wartime. Maybe Sarah will still be writing these letters in 1864, 1865, 1870, with no more success than she's had in the past 17 years. But even if that happens, Sarah will continue. The campaign has become part of her identity, inseparable from her sense of purpose. Stopping would feel like admitting defeat, acknowledging that 17 years of effort had been wasted. Better to continue, to maintain faith that persistence eventually matters, to keep doing the work regardless of visible results. The afternoon continues with more routine editorial work. There are manuscripts to evaluate, queries from authors to answer, decisions to make about the November and December issues. The work of editing never truly ends. There's always more to read, more to write, more decisions to make. But somewhere in the middle of all that routine work, the Lincoln letter sits on her desk, ready to be posted, carrying 17 years of patient advocacy condensed into a few hundred carefully chosen words. Tomorrow it will begin its journey to Washington. And Sarah will continue the work that has defined so much of her life, writing, editing, advocating, and maintaining the patient belief that persistent effort can eventually change the world, one letter at a time. The afternoon settles into the familiar rhythm that characterises Sarah's working days. With the Lincoln letter complete and ready for posting, she returns to the more immediate demands of magazine production. The endless cycle of reading, evaluating, editing, and preparing content that will appear in future issues. On her desk are manuscripts for the December issue, which needs to be finalised within the next 2 weeks to allow time for typesetting, proofing, printing, and binding before distribution. December is always a particularly important issue. Readers expect holiday-themed content, family stories, recipes for Christmas celebrations, and advice for winter entertaining. The December manuscripts have been accumulating for weeks, submitted by regular contributors and hopeful newcomers who understand that holiday issues require submission well in advance of publication. Sarah has already done preliminary sorting, dividing submissions into categories. Definitely yes, probably yes, maybe, probably no, and definitely no. The definitely yes pile is smallest, only 3 manuscripts that are clearly excellent and appropriate for the December issue. These require minimal editorial work, just careful reading to ensure no errors crept in during transcription and to confirm that they fit the issue's emerging themes. Sarah reaches for the first manuscript in her December under consideration pile. It's a story titled The Homecoming, written by Mrs. Elizabeth Harrison, the same author who received an acceptance letter this morning for her autumn story. This submission is longer, approximately 3,000 words, and deals with a young woman preparing her house for Christmas while expecting her husband to return from the war. The manuscript is handwritten in neat script on paper that's been carefully preserved. No water stains, no tears. The pages numbered consecutively in the upper right corner. Mrs. Harrison's handwriting is clear and consistent, making the manuscript easy to read without struggling to decipher unclear letters or ambiguous words. Sarah begins reading, pencil in hand for making notes. The story opens with the protagonist, Mary, decorating her modest home for Christmas, despite limited resources and the anxiety of waiting for news from her husband's regiment. The opening is strong, good sensory detail about preparing the house, authentic emotional tone that captures both hope and fear. Mary arranged the pine branches on the mantelpiece with careful attention, trying to make the sparse greenery appear abundant through artful placement. Evergreen was scarce this year. Most able-bodied men who might have cut and sold holiday greenery were away fighting, and the few remaining dealers charged prices that Mary could barely afford from her carefully hoarded savings. The passage works well. It establishes setting, character, and situation efficiently while maintaining emotional authenticity. Sarah makes a note in the margin. Strong opening sets tone effectively. By the 3rd page, though, problems begin to emerge. The dialogue becomes stilted, characters explaining things to each other that they would already know. the classic mistake of using dialogue as exposition rather than as natural conversation between people who share common knowledge. "As you know, Mary," one character says, "your husband John enlisted with the Pennsylvania Regiment in April of 1861, and he has been serving under General Meade ever since. He wrote to you last month saying he hoped to return for Christmas, though of course military situations can change suddenly." Sarah marks this passage with a large X and writes in the margin, "Dialogue too explanatory. Characters wouldn't tell each other information they both already know, revised to make conversation more natural." She continues reading, marking other issues as they appear. A subplot about Mary's relationship with her sister-in-law starts promisingly but then disappears without resolution. The sister-in-law is mentioned in 2 early scenes but never appears again, leaving readers wondering what happened to that storyline. There's a chronology problem in the middle section where evening somehow becomes afternoon, then returns to evening without explanation. Sarah circles the inconsistent time references and writes, "Check chronology, timeline unclear in middle section." A minor character is introduced with considerable detail. His appearance, his occupation, his family situation, suggesting he'll be important to the story. But then he delivers one line of dialogue and is never mentioned again. Sarah notes, "Either develop this character's role or eliminate unnecessary introduction." Despite these problems, the story's fundamental strengths remain evident. The protagonist is well developed, with believable motivations and emotional responses. The central conflict, waiting for a husband's return during wartime, is compelling and relevant to many readers' actual experiences. The setting details are accurate and evocative, creating a vivid sense of place and time. Most importantly, the ending is emotionally satisfying, without being falsely optimistic. The husband does return, but he's wounded and changed by his experiences. The reunion is bittersweet rather than purely joyful, acknowledging that war transforms everyone it touches. Sarah appreciates this honesty. She's tired of stories that pretend the war isn't as terrible as it actually is, that suggest everything can return to how it was before. She sets the manuscript aside with a detailed note attached. Promising. Strong core but needs substantial revision. Write to author with specific suggestions. Fix explanatory dialogue. Resolve or eliminate sister-in-law subplot. Correct chronology errors. Develop or cut minor character. Story has real potential if these issues are addressed. This represents Godey's standard editorial approach, working with authors to improve stories rather than simply accepting or rejecting them outright. It takes more editorial time and requires more correspondence, but it produces better content and maintains good relationships with valued contributors. The second manuscript in the under consideration pile is a poem about winter and the passage of time, submitted by a poet Sarah doesn't recognise. The poem is competently written with proper metre and rhyme scheme. The technical execution is flawless, showing someone with genuine poetic training. But the content feels generic. Nothing distinguishes this winter poem from dozens of similar poems about seasonal change and mortality that appear in magazines every year. Sarah reads it through carefully twice, trying to find something distinctive or memorable that would justify publication despite the familiar subject matter. The opening stanza establishes the winter setting. When winter winds do coldly blow, and bare trees stand 'gainst sky of grey, we mark time's inexorable flow, as autumn's gold has turned to clay. The metre is correct, iambic tetrameter with an abab rhyme scheme, and the language is competent. But there's nothing here that Sarah hasn't read hundreds of times before. Winter winds do coldly blow is a cliché. Bare trees stand 'gainst sky of grey is stock imagery. Time's inexorable flow is an overused phrase that adds nothing fresh to the meditation on mortality. The remaining 3 stanzas follow similar patterns, technically adequate but emotionally flat, using familiar imagery without finding new perspectives or genuine feeling. It's the kind of poem that sounds like poetry without actually being poetry, following forms and conventions without discovering authentic voice or vision. Sarah sets this manuscript in the declined pile with a note about why. Competent but not distinctive. Doesn't offer readers anything they haven't seen many times before. Technically adequate but lacks the fresh perspective or emotional authenticity that would make it memorable. The note will become part of a rejection letter that Sarah will write later this week. She tries to provide specific feedback, even in rejections, helping poets understand why their work didn't meet the magazine's standards. Generic rejections like "not suitable for our current needs" don't help writers improve, while specific criticism about lack of originality or fresh perspective provides actionable guidance. The third manuscript is more promising, a practical article about preserving vegetables for winter storage, written by a farm wife in Pennsylvania who clearly has extensive hands-on experience. The article includes specific techniques for storing different vegetables, recipes for pickles and preserves, and advice about managing root cellars to prevent spoilage. Potatoes, the article explains, must be kept in complete darkness or they will develop green spots that are both unpalatable and potentially harmful. We store ours in barrels in the root cellar, covering each barrel with thick burlap to exclude all light. Temperature is crucial. Too warm and they sprout, too cold and they freeze. The ideal storage temperature is between 45 and 50 degrees. This is exactly the kind of practical content that Godey's readers value. Specific, tested advice from someone with genuine expertise. Sarah makes notes as she reads, suggesting minor clarifications and additional details that would make the article even more useful. The writing is clear and well organised, presenting information in logical sequence from preparation through storage. The author explains not just what to do, but why, the reasoning behind each technique, which helps readers understand and adapt methods to their own circumstances. Sarah marks several places where additional examples would be helpful. After describing potato storage, add similar details for turnips, beets and carrots. Readers will want to know how storage requirements differ for different root vegetables. The section on preserving leafy vegetables could benefit from specific timing advice. How long do preserved greens remain palatable? When should they be discarded? Consider adding a chart or table summarising storage temperatures and methods for quick reference. She sets the manuscript aside with a note. Accept minor revisions needed. This will work well for either November or December issue. The practical content balances nicely with more literary pieces. The author will receive payment promptly and see her work published within 2 months. More importantly, thousands of readers will gain useful information that makes their household management more effective and their families better fed through winter months when fresh vegetables are scarce. The manuscript evaluation continues through the afternoon, story after story, poem after poem, article after article. Some pieces are immediately identifiable as unpublishable. Wrong tone for the magazine, poorly executed, inappropriate subject matter. Others are obviously excellent and require minimal editing. Most fall somewhere in between, showing promise but needing work, or being adequate but not quite right for current needs. A story about Christmas gift giving shows lovely character development, but has pacing problems. Too much setup for too little payoff. Sarah marks extensive notes about condensing the first half and expanding the climactic scene. A poem about maternal love during wartime is emotionally powerful, but technically flawed. The meter breaks down in the third stanza, and several rhymes are forced. Sarah notes specific line-by-line suggestions for revision. An article about planning Christmas dinners on limited budgets is useful, but needs better organisation. The advice is sound, but scattered randomly, rather than presented systematically. Sarah outlines a clearer structure that groups related information together. By 4 o'clock, Sarah has evaluated 12 manuscripts and made decisions about all of them. Her eyes feel tired from hours of reading, first the morning proofs, and now afternoon manuscripts. She removes her reading spectacles and rubs her eyes gently, giving them a brief rest before continuing work. The office has grown warmer as the afternoon sun moved around to shine directly through the western windows. Mr. Peterson has closed the window he opened this morning, preventing the room from becoming uncomfortably hot. The September afternoon is pleasant but not cool, warm enough that the closed office retains heat from hours of sunlight. Sarah rises from her desk and walks to the window, looking down at Chestnut Street, where afternoon traffic moves in patterns different from morning patterns. Delivery carts have finished their routes, shop workers are preparing for evening customers. The flow of pedestrians has changed character, fewer people moving with morning purposefulness, more people browsing or visiting, the pace slower and more relaxed. The afternoon light is different too. Longer shadows, warmer tones, the sun's angle creating different patterns across building facades and street surfaces. Sarah has worked in this office long enough to know these daily light changes intimately, to understand how afternoon sun differs from morning sun, how evening approaches gradually through subtle shifts in illumination and atmosphere. She returns to her desk refreshed by the brief break. The manuscript evaluation is complete for today. She's made good progress on December content and has clear notes for correspondence with authors about revisions. Tomorrow she'll write the actual letters, but for now, the evaluation work is done. The next task is planning content for the January issue. January seems far away, 3.5 months until publication, but magazine production requires working months ahead of readers' actual experience. While readers are celebrating Christmas and New Year, the editorial staff will be finalising March content and planning April. Sarah pulls out a large planning sheet that shows the January issue's proposed contents. The sheet is divided into sections: fiction, poetry, practical articles, fashion plates, household advice, and regular departments. Each section shows planned content, word counts, and status of submissions. The January issue needs to balance multiple considerations: recovering from the intensity of December's holiday content, addressing winter concerns like staying warm and managing cabin fever, providing hope and encouragement as a new year begins, and maintaining the magazine's usual mix of entertainment and practical advice. Currently, the January plan includes fiction, New Year's resolutions by Mrs. Thompson, confirmed 2,500 words, The Snowstorm by Mr. Davies, pending revision, 3,000 words, Need One More Story, 2,500 words, preferably about family relationships, poetry, Winter's Beauty by Miss Larson, confirmed 24 lines, Hope for the New Year by Mrs. Black, confirmed 32 lines, Need 1 or 2 more poems, themes, TBD practical articles, Managing household budgets in the new year, confirmed 1,800 words, Winter health, preventing colds and influenza, pending 2,000 words, Need article about indoor activities for children during winter fashion, winter clothing plates being prepared by illustrator, accessories for cold weather, descriptions in progress. Sarah makes notes about gaps that need filling. Contact Mrs. Harrison about New Year story. Her character work is strong, and she could write about family relationships effectively. Review poetry submissions for New Year appropriate pieces. Commission article about children's winter activities, perhaps from teacher or mother with experience managing energetic children indoors. The planning work is less immediately engaging than manuscript evaluation, but equally important. Poor planning leads to last-minute scrambles, missed deadlines, and issues that feel scattered rather than coherent. Good planning creates smooth production workflows and issues that feel intentionally designed rather than randomly assembled. By 5 o'clock, Sarah has made substantial progress on January planning and has a clear task list for filling content gaps. The afternoon has been productive. October proofs reviewed, author correspondence completed, December manuscripts evaluated, January issue planned. It's been a solid day of editorial work, the kind of steady progress that accumulates into finished magazines month after month. Most of the other staff have begun preparing to leave, gathering their belongings, covering their work for the night, making final notes about tasks to resume tomorrow. Sarah will stay longer, as she usually does, working until 6 or 6:30, before heading home to the boarding house where she rents rooms. The evening quiet settles over the office, broken only by the scratch of Sarah's pen as she continues working and the distant sounds of Philadelphia's streets as the city transitions from work to evening activities. This is often Sarah's most productive time, with fewer interruptions and no new mail arriving. She can focus completely on whatever tasks require sustained attention. The boarding house where Sarah Josepha Hale rents rooms stands on a quiet residential street, 6 blocks from the Godey's offices. It's a 3-story brick building that houses 5 other tenants, mostly single women or widows, who, like Sarah, support themselves through professional work rather than depending on male relatives for financial security. The building itself dates from the 1830s, built during Philadelphia's rapid expansion when successful merchants and professionals needed respectable housing close to commercial districts. The architecture is federal style, symmetrical facade, decorative brickwork, tall windows with wooden shutters, a fan light above the front door. The building has aged well, maintained carefully by owners who understand that well-kept properties attract better tenants and command higher rents. The walk from the office to the boarding house takes approximately 15 minutes at Sarah's comfortable pace. She's made this walk thousands of times over the years, and her feet know the route automatically. Left on Chestnut Street for 3 blocks, right on 7th Street for 4 blocks, left again onto the quieter residential street where the boarding house sits among similar buildings. The September evening is pleasant, the air cooling after the day's warmth, but not yet cold enough to require heavy wrapping. The sun has set, but enough twilight remains that street lamps aren't yet needed for navigation. The sky shows that distinctive purple-blue colour that characterises clear autumn evenings, with the first stars beginning to appear in the eastern sky. Other pedestrians move along the sidewalks, men returning from their businesses, women finishing shopping or visiting, children being called inside for supper. The evening streets are quieter than daytime streets, less commercial traffic and fewer vendors, creating a peaceful transition between work and rest. Sarah nods politely to familiar faces, but doesn't stop to chat. After 10 or 12 hours of work that requires constant communication and decision-making, she appreciates these moments of solitary walking when no one asks questions or requires responses. The walk home is a transition period, a buffer between the demands of editorial work and whatever evening activities await. She passes familiar landmarks that mark her route: the pharmacy on the corner of Chestnut and 6th, the small park at 7th and Market, where office workers eat lunch on pleasant days, the church whose bells mark hours throughout the day and evening. These landmarks have become part of her mental map of Philadelphia, fixed reference points in daily navigation. The residential street where the boarding house is located is lined with trees, maples and oaks that are beginning to show autumn colour, their leaves transitioning from summer green to the reds and golds that will dominate October. The trees create a canopy over the street, their branches interlacing overhead to form a natural archway that filters the remaining daylight into dappled patterns on the sidewalk. The boarding house's front door is unlocked during evening hours, when residents are returning from their day's activities. Mrs. Crawford, the landlady, maintains this practice as a convenience for tenants, while also employing a housekeeper who monitors comings and goings to ensure no unauthorised persons enter. Sarah climbs the interior stairs to the second floor, where her rooms are located. The stairs are carpeted with a runner that muffles footsteps, maintained in good condition because Mrs. Crawford understands that quality amenities justify higher rents. The third step has a particularly distinctive squeak that she's learned to recognise even in darkness, a small quirk of the building's personality that becomes familiar through daily use. The stairwell is lit by gas lamps mounted on the walls at regular intervals, creating pools of warm light that guide residents safely to their floors. The wallpaper is a subtle pattern of vines and flowers, slightly faded from years of exposure, but still respectable in appearance. Her rooms consist of 2 connected spaces, a bedroom and a small sitting room that she uses as a study for the writing and reading she does outside office hours. The rooms aren't large, the bedroom perhaps 12 feet by 14, the sitting room slightly smaller, but they're sufficient for her needs. The rooms are furnished simply but comfortably. The bedroom contains a 4-poster bed with a decent mattress, a wardrobe for clothing, a washstand with pitcher and basin, and a small dresser with mirror. The sitting room has a desk and chair for writing, bookshelves for the volumes she's accumulated over decades of literary work, 2 comfortable chairs for reading, and a small table where she takes meals when not dining with other residents in the boarding house's common room. The gas lamps in her rooms have been lit by the boarding house staff, one of the services included in her weekly rent. The warm light welcomes her as she enters, making the rooms feel cosy and inviting after the day's work. Mrs. Crawford employs a housekeeper who lights lamps in all occupied rooms each evening before residents return, ensuring they come home to illuminated spaces rather than having to light lamps in darkness. The first task is always the same: removing the uncomfortable stays that women's fashion demands and replacing them with a loose dressing gown that allows easier breathing and movement. Victorian women's undergarments are designed more for achieving desired silhouettes than for comfort, and Sarah looks forward to this daily transformation that makes private time more physically comfortable. This transformation happens behind the bedroom's folding screen, privacy maintained even though she's alone. Decades of habitual modesty make such precautions automatic. The screen is made from wooden frames covered with decorative fabric, positioned in the corner of the bedroom to create a small changing area. The stays come off first, the structured undergarment that shapes the torso into the fashionable silhouette, followed by multiple layers of petticoats and the restrictive day dress. The dressing gown that replaces these layers is made from soft cotton, loose and flowing, allowing full breathing and unrestricted movement. The relief is immediate and welcome. More comfortable now, Sarah sits at her desk in the sitting room and reviews her personal correspondence, letters from her children, from friends in other cities, from her brother who manages some family property in New Hampshire. These letters accumulated during the day are waiting to be read and answered, though answering will likely wait until the weekend when she has more time for personal matters. The desk in her sitting room is smaller than her office desk, but still functional, with drawers for storing personal papers and writing supplies. The desktop holds a small portable inkwell, a pen holder with several pens in various states of wear, a letter opener, and a leather-bound journal where she keeps personal notes and observations. Her daughter Josepha has written from Boston, where she lives with her husband and 3 children. The envelope is addressed in Josepha's flowing script that Sarah would recognise anywhere. Her daughter learned penmanship from Sarah herself, and the similarities in their handwriting are obvious. The letter is newsy and cheerful, filled with details about the children's activities and small domestic events, the kind of ordinary family news that forms the fabric of relationships maintained across distance. Dear Mother, Josepha writes, I hope this letter finds you well and not working too strenuously at the magazine. Frances sends her love and wants you to know that she's been practicing her piano diligently, just as you encouraged during your last visit. She can now play several simple pieces without errors and shows genuine musical aptitude. The letter continues with more family details. Robert has started at his new school and seems to be adjusting well, though he complains that the Latin master is too strict. Little William had a cold last week but has recovered. The household is preparing for autumn with the usual tasks of preserving foods and ensuring adequate firewood for winter heating. We would be delighted if you could visit during the Christmas season, Josepha writes, near the letter's end. The children would love to see their grandmother, and we could attend the Christmas Eve service together at the church. Please let me know if your work schedule permits such a visit. Sarah makes a mental note to check when the December issue will go to press. If it's finalised early enough in November, she might indeed be able to travel to Boston for a week during the Christmas season. The prospect is pleasant, though she's learned not to count on personal plans until professional obligations are confirmed. Magazine production has a way of creating unexpected complications that interfere with planned travel. There's also a letter from her son, William, in Boston. He and Josepha live in the same city, which allows Sarah's grandchildren to know their uncle. William's letter is shorter and more businesslike than his sister's, focusing on practical matters. Business is good. He's considering expanding his operations. He's thinking about purchasing property as an investment. I trust the magazine continues to thrive under your editorial guidance, William writes. Josepha tells me you may visit at Christmas. I hope you can arrange it. The children ask about you often, and Frances particularly mentions the stories you told during your last visit. She's quite taken with the idea of becoming a writer herself when she grows up, inspired by her grandmother's example. This pleases Sarah, the idea that her granddaughter might pursue literary work, might build a life around words and ideas. Of course, Frances is only 8 years old. Her ambitions might change a dozen times before adulthood. But still, the seed is planted, the example is set. Sarah's life demonstrates that women can support themselves through literary work, can achieve professional recognition and financial independence through editing and writing. Sarah sets the family letters aside to be answered this weekend, when she'll have uninterrupted time for personal correspondence. During the work week, her letter-writing energy goes primarily to professional matters, correspondence with authors, business letters, and the ongoing Thanksgiving campaign. Personal letters deserve the same care and attention, but must wait for moments when professional demands don't press so urgently. There's a knock at her door, the distinctive pattern that indicates dinner will be served soon in the common dining room. Most evenings, Sarah eats with the other residents, a practice that provides both economy, eating in common costs less than having meals delivered to individual rooms, and companionship. Conversation with other professional women offers social connection that her work doesn't always provide. The boarding house operates on a schedule that accommodates residents' working hours. Breakfast is served from 7 to 8:30, allowing residents to eat before heading to their day's work. Dinner is served at 7 o'clock in the evening, after most residents have returned from their professional activities. Lunch is available for anyone home during the day, but isn't included in basic rent. Residents who want lunch pay extra or make their own arrangements. She changes from her comfortable dressing gown into a simpler day dress appropriate for communal dining. Not the professional outfit she wears to the office, but respectable enough for shared meals with other women. The dress is made from dark blue cotton, less formal than her work clothing, but still maintaining the standards of middle-class respectability. Her hair, which is loosened during the day, is pinned back more carefully. The transformation takes perhaps 10 minutes, the practiced routine of a woman who's been managing her own appearance for decades without assistance. The common dining room is on the first floor, a pleasant space with a large table that seats 12, though typically only 6 to 8 residents eat together on any given evening. The room has tall windows that face the street, currently with curtains drawn against the darkness. Gas lamps mounted on the walls provide warm illumination, and a sideboard holds serving dishes from which residents help themselves. Tonight, 5 other residents are present when Sarah arrives. Mrs. Henderson, a widow in her 50s who teaches at a girls' school, Miss Davies and Miss Cooper, who work together at a textile merchant's office and share rooms on the 3rd floor, Mrs. Blackwell, whose husband is away with the army and who supports herself by taking in sewing, and Miss Raymond, a young woman in her mid-20s who is training to be a nurse at Pennsylvania Hospital. The table is set with plain but adequate china and silverware. Nothing elaborate, but everything clean and properly maintained. Mrs. Crawford keeps a respectable house, not luxurious, but solidly middle class with standards appropriate for professional women who can afford modest comfort. The conversation during dinner is pleasant, but not intellectually demanding. Talk about the day's weather, beautiful September day, perfect autumn weather, about shortages caused by the war. Coffee is increasingly expensive, and true coffee is being mixed with roasted grains to stretch supplies. About news from the battlefronts, some skirmish in Tennessee that made the newspapers. About small neighborhood events. The family 3 houses down is moving to Ohio to live with relatives. Sarah participates politely, but doesn't dominate the conversation. Content to listen more than speak after a day of constant professional communication. There's comfort in this kind of social interaction that requires minimal emotional or intellectual investment. Friendly without being intimate, engaging without being demanding. Mrs. Henderson describes problems with one of her students, a girl of good family who shows intelligence but refuses to apply herself to lessons. Miss Raymond talks excitedly about her nursing training, describing procedures she's learning and cases she's observed. Mrs. Blackwell mentions that she's received a letter from her husband, but shares no details. Either the letter was brief, or she prefers to keep its contents private. The food is simple, but adequate. Beef stew with vegetables, bread, butter, and apple pie for dessert. The boarding house's cook is competent, if not inspired, producing meals that are nourishing and satisfying without being particularly memorable. The stew is thick and flavourful, with tender meat and well-cooked vegetables in rich gravy. The bread is fresh from a nearby bakery, still slightly warm. The apple pie has a crisp crust and sweet filling that tastes of cinnamon and sugar. Sarah eats slowly, listening to Mrs. Henderson's continued description of her difficult student and Miss Raymond's enthusiasm about nursing. The conversations wash over her pleasantly. She's genuinely interested, but also somewhat detached. Her mind partially still on the day's work, and the Lincoln letter that will be posted tomorrow. Will Lincoln read it? Will someone on his staff recognise its importance and bring it to presidential attention? Or will it disappear into the flood of correspondence that overwhelms the executive mansion? Just another letter from just another citizen about just another minor policy suggestion. No way to know. All she can do is send the letter and hope, continuing the patient faith that 17 years of advocacy have required. By 8 o'clock, dinner is finished and residents begin dispersing to their own rooms for the evening. Sarah returns to her rooms on the 2nd floor, ready for the final work of the day, personal writing that she does most evenings before bed. At her desk, by the warm glow of the gas lamp, she opens the leather journal where she keeps notes, observations, and drafts of personal writing that has no immediate professional purpose. This journal has accompanied her for several years, its pages filling gradually with thoughts that don't fit neatly into editorial work or campaign letters. The journal is bound in brown leather that has softened and darkened with age and handling. The pages are good quality paper, ruled with faint lines that guide her writing without being obtrusive. The journal measures approximately 6 inches by 9 inches, a size that's portable enough to carry but large enough to write comfortably. She's filled several similar journals over the years, creating an accidental archive of her private thoughts and observations spanning decades. These journals aren't diaries exactly. Sarah doesn't record daily activities or purely personal feelings. Instead, she uses them for thinking through problems, drafting ideas, recording observations about people and situations, and writing fragments of prose or poetry that may or may not ever be published. Tonight's entry begins simply. September 27th, 1863. Completed letter to President Lincoln regarding Thanksgiving proclamation. This is approximately the 47th letter I've written on this subject this year, counting correspondence to governors, senators, and other officials. Sometimes I wonder if this persistence appears foolish. 17 years advocating for the same cause with no definite results. Sarah pauses, pen hovering above the page, thinking about whether foolish is the right word. Is persistent advocacy foolish, or is it admirable? The line between persistence and obsession is perhaps thinner than she'd like to believe. She continues writing. But I remember what Father used to say. Patience and persistence can move mountains, if you're willing to move them one stone at a time. This campaign has certainly required moving many small stones, each letter, each editorial, each conversation with someone who might have influence. The memory of her father is sharp and clear, despite the decades since his death. Gordon Buell was a practical man who believed that most worthwhile goals required steady effort over extended time, rather than dramatic gestures or lucky breaks. He would have approved of Sarah's Thanksgiving campaign, would have encouraged her to continue despite slow progress. The war weighs on everything, Sarah writes, the ink flowing smoothly across the journal's ruled pages. Today's newspapers reported casualties from some skirmish in Tennessee, hundreds of young men dead over a few miles of contested ground that neither side can hold. How many families received terrible news today? How many mothers learned their sons won't be coming home? The casualty lists are one of the war's persistent horrors. Columns of names in small type, each name representing a life ended, a family shattered. Sarah reads them every morning with a sense of obligation, bearing witness to the cost even though she knows none of these young men personally. This makes the Thanksgiving campaign feel both more urgent and more trivial. Urgent because the nation desperately needs symbols of unity and shared tradition. Trivial because what does a holiday matter when the country is tearing itself apart? This tension has characterised the campaign's entire wartime period. The sense that national holidays seem almost frivolous when thousands are dying, combined with the conviction that shared traditions matter precisely because division threatens to destroy all common ground. And yet, if Thanksgiving could provide even a small moment of common observance, a day when families north and south gather to give thanks despite their divisions, wouldn't that be worthwhile? Isn't the smallest gesture toward unity better than no gesture at all? Sarah reads back over what she's written, considering these questions that have no easy answers. She's been wrestling with them for years, the doubt about whether her work matters, the frustration of persistent effort without visible results, the question of whether private advocacy can actually influence public policy. The journal entry continues for several more paragraphs, Sarah's private thoughts flowing more freely here than they ever could in professional correspondence or published editorials. The journal is her space for doubt, for questions, for honest admission of fatigue and frustration that would be inappropriated in public writing. Josepha invited me to Boston for Christmas. I would like to go. I miss my grandchildren and see them too seldom. But the December issue must be completed first, and there are January preparations that may require my presence in Philadelphia. Always the work comes first, as it must when one depends on that work for survival. There's a note of regret in this admission, the recognition that professional demands often override personal desires. Sarah has missed family gatherings, abbreviated visits, postponed travel countless times over the years because magazine production required her presence. She doesn't resent this exactly. She chose this work, continues choosing it, but she acknowledges the costs. Sometimes I envy women whose lives allow for more leisure, who can visit family whenever they wish without consulting production schedules and deadlines. But then I remember that this work, editing, writing, advocating, is itself a form of freedom. I support myself. I influence public discourse through the magazine. I don't depend on male relatives for financial security. These are privileges that most women of my generation never experienced. This is true and important to remember. Despite the demands and constraints, Sarah's work provides independence that few women achieve. She answers to her publisher regarding magazine content, but she controls her own income, makes her own decisions about where to live and how to spend her time, exercises authority and influence impossible for women whose lives are entirely defined by relationships to men. Father would be proud of what I've accomplished, I think. Mother too, though she always worried that I worked too hard and neglected my health. They're both gone now, many years gone, but I still hear their voices sometimes when making decisions. Father's practical advice about persistence, Mother's gentle concern for my well-being. These voices shape me still. The journal entry continues for several more paragraphs as Sarah reflects on the day, on the Lincoln letter, on the ongoing campaign, on her life's trajectory. Writing these private thoughts is cathartic, allowing expression of emotions and doubts that professional life requires her to suppress. By 9 o'clock, she's written several pages and her hand is cramping again from the day's accumulated writing. First the morning correspondence, then the afternoon editorial work, now the evening journaling. Enough. Time to prepare for sleep so she can rise early tomorrow and resume the work that will continue, whether she feels confident or doubtful. She closes the journal and places it in the desk drawer where she keeps personal documents separate from professional materials. The gas lamp is dimmed to conserve gas while still providing enough light for preparing for bed. The windows are opened slightly to allow fresh air circulation overnight. Sarah performs her evening routine, washing face and hands at the washstand with water from the pitcher, unpinning her hair and brushing it 100 strokes, a habit from childhood that she's maintained for decades, believing it promotes hair health and provides soothing routine. Changing into a nightgown made from soft white cotton. The nightgown is practical rather than decorative. Long sleeves, high collar, full length, designed for warmth and modesty rather than beauty. It's made from cotton that has softened with repeated washing, comfortable against skin and appropriate for sleeping. She extinguishes the gas lamp, allowing her eyes to adjust to the darkness, broken only by moonlight, filtering through the partially opened curtains. The room takes on a different character in darkness. Familiar furniture becomes shadowy shapes. The sounds of evening traffic from the street below become more prominent without visual distraction. The bed is comfortable, the mattress familiar with her particular shape after years of use. She lies on her back, hands folded on her chest, letting the day's tensions gradually release from her muscles. Outside, Philadelphia's night sounds filter through the window, distant cartwheels, occasional voices, a dog barking several streets away, the general low hum of a city that never completely sleeps. Her mind reviews tomorrow's planned tasks, post the Lincoln letter, work on the Thanksgiving editorial for the November issue, evaluate more manuscripts for the December issue, answer the accumulated correspondence that keeps building no matter how much she addresses. The work never ends, but this isn't complaint. She chose this work, continues choosing it every day, finding satisfaction in the routine and purpose. Sleep comes gradually, creeping over her like a warm blanket. The last conscious thought is a small prayer, simple and heartfelt. May the work be useful. May the letters be read. May something change. And then sleep, deep and restorative, preparing her for another day of patient, persistent effort. The next morning follows the same pattern as every morning, rising at 6:30, washing and dressing with practiced efficiency, breakfast in the boarding house's dining room, porridge with honey, bread with butter tea, and the familiar walk through Philadelphia's streets to the Godey's offices on Chestnut Street. Sarah arrives at 8:30 precisely, the same time she's arrived for years, climbing the worn stairs to the third-floor editorial offices. The brass doorknob is still slightly loose as it has been for months. She makes the same mental note she makes every morning to mention it to the building superintendent. And like every morning, more urgent matters will push this small task into continued deferral. The office is cool from the night, not yet warmed by the September morning sun that will stream through the eastern windows within the hour. Sarah removes her bonnet and shawl, hanging them on the familiar brass hook, and settles at her desk to begin the day's work. Thomas, the office assistant, is already at work when Sarah arrives, sorting the morning's mail into preliminary categories before the editorial staff begins detailed review. He looks up as she enters, setting aside the letters he's been organising. "Good morning, Mrs. Hale. I have your outgoing mail ready for the post office, including the letter to President Lincoln. Should I take it now, or do you have additional letters to add?" Sarah retrieves the Lincoln letter from her desk, where she set it yesterday after completing and sealing it. The envelope feels substantial in her hands. Heavy cream paper, carefully addressed, sealed with a red wafer. This letter represents 17 years of advocacy, condensed into a few hundred carefully chosen words, about to begin its journey to Washington. "This one goes out today, Thomas. It's very important. Please make sure it's properly posted." Thomas accepts the envelope with appropriate seriousness. He's worked at the magazine long enough to understand the significance of Sarah's Thanksgiving campaign, has spent hours yesterday compiling research about state observances that contributed to this letter's arguments. The one addressed to President Lincoln, "I'll take special care with it, Mrs. Hale," should arrive in Washington within 2 or 3 days if the rail lines are running on schedule. Rail service between Philadelphia and Washington is generally reliable despite the war, though occasional military movements or security concerns can create delays. Under normal conditions, mail leaving Philadelphia in the morning arrives in Washington by evening, sorted overnight, and delivered to the executive mansion the following morning. "Thank you, Thomas. I appreciate your careful attention." Thomas gathers the outgoing mail, perhaps a dozen letters in addition to the Lincoln correspondence, all the routine business of a magazine that communicates constantly with authors, printers, subscribers, and business contacts, and heads out to the post office, which is 3 blocks away on Market Street. Sarah watches him go, thinking about the letter now beginning its journey to Washington. Will it arrive safely? Will someone damage or lose it during transit? The postal system is reliable, but not perfect. Letters occasionally go astray, damaged by rough handling or lost in sorting. More importantly, will the letter be read by someone with actual influence? Will it reach Lincoln personally, or will some secretary file it away as one more proposal among thousands that arrive weekly at the executive mansion? No way to know. All she can do is what she's been doing for 17 years. Write the best letters possible, send them persistently to appropriate recipients, and maintain faith that eventually, somehow, someone will listen and act. The morning mail is substantial today, perhaps 35 letters, slightly more than yesterday's volume. Sarah begins the familiar sorting process, opening each envelope carefully with her father's brass letter opener, reading enough of each letter to categorize it properly. A letter from a subscriber in Ohio, praising a recent article about household management and asking for more content about managing servants during wartime when domestic help is increasingly scarce, set aside for response. A letter from an author whose story was declined last month, politely asking for more specific feedback about why the story didn't meet the magazine's standards. Sarah appreciates this kind of professional approach, writers who genuinely want to improve rather than just collecting rejections or arguing about editorial decisions. Set aside for detailed response, a business letter from a paper supplier, proposing a new grade of paper for magazine printing that costs slightly less than current stock, but supposedly maintains similar quality. Forward to Lewis Godey for decision. Paper quality and cost are his domain as publisher, rather than Sarah's as editor. A letter from Lydia Sigourney's clerical contact in Hartford, Reverend Horace Bushnell, expressing interest in the Thanksgiving campaign and offering to write to Secretary of State Seward on behalf of the cause. This is excellent news, potentially very useful. Set aside to respond immediately and enthusiastically. The mail sorting continues through the morning's first hour, each piece receiving appropriate attention and categorization. By 9:30, the mail is fully sorted, and Sarah has a clear sense of what correspondence requires immediate attention versus what can wait until later in the week. Now comes the major work she's been anticipating since yesterday, drafting the Thanksgiving editorial that will appear in the November issue of Godey's Ladies' Book. This editorial will be different from her private letters to government officials. Editorials must speak directly and persuasively to a general audience of readers, capable of inspiring them to support the Thanksgiving cause themselves, rather than merely making arguments to people in power. The November issue will reach subscribers in mid to late October, giving readers several weeks to absorb the editorial's arguments before Thanksgiving actually arrives. The timing is strategic, early enough to influence how readers think about the upcoming holiday, late enough that the message won't be forgotten before Thanksgiving actually occurs. Sarah pulls out a fresh sheet of paper, not the finest stock she uses for important correspondence, but good quality paper appropriate for drafting work, and begins outlining her approach to the editorial. The editorial needs to accomplish several things simultaneously. 1. Explain the current fragmented state of Thanksgiving observance. 2. Make the case for national coordination and federal recognition. 3. Emphasize the symbolic importance of shared traditions during wartime. 4. Provide specific recommendations for what readers can do to support the cause. 5. Maintain an optimistic tone that encourages action rather than despair. With the structure clear in her mind, Sarah begins writing the opening paragraph. Editorials require particularly strong openings. The first sentences must capture reader attention and establish why the topic matters, or readers may not continue reading. She tries several versions. Version 1. The question of when to observe Thanksgiving has become increasingly problematic as different states choose different dates. Too dry and academic. This sounds like a bureaucratic report rather than a passionate editorial. Version 2. Every American should be able to celebrate Thanksgiving on the same day, but currently this simple goal remains unachieved. Better, but still too detached. The opening needs more emotional resonance. Version 3. The time has arrived for the establishment of an annual national holiday, Thanksgiving, which shall be observed on the same day throughout our entire country. This version is stronger, declarative, and confident, stating a clear goal rather than just describing a problem. The capitalization of Thanksgiving emphasizes importance. Sarah continues developing this opening, adding the wartime context. Never has it been more needful that the bonds of brotherhood, even of a common gratitude to our Heavenly Father, should bind together the people of our widespread and now divided land than at this particular moment. The reference to divided land acknowledges the war without dwelling on it, suggesting that Thanksgiving could promote healing without claiming to solve the nation's fundamental conflicts. The phrase bonds of brotherhood has religious and patriotic resonance that should appeal to readers across the political spectrum. Sarah continues writing, building the editorial's argument paragraph by paragraph. The writing flows more easily than yesterday's Lincoln letter because she's written similar editorials many times before. This is the 19th annual Thanksgiving editorial. She's published in Godey's since beginning the campaign in 1846. The arguments are familiar, but still require fresh presentation. Readers who have seen previous editorials need reasons to re-engage with the topic, rather than dismissing it as something they have already read about. New readers need clear explanation of both the problem and the proposed solution. She writes for the next 90 minutes, producing a complete draft of approximately 1,500 words. The editorial is longer than most of her regular columns, but the topic deserves thorough treatment rather than brief mention. Besides, readers have come to expect substantial discussion of Thanksgiving in the November issue. It's become an annual tradition within the magazine. The draft makes all the major points from her outline, explaining current fragmentation, arguing for federal coordination, emphasizing wartime relevance, and calling readers to action. The tone is optimistic without being naive, acknowledging difficulties while maintaining faith that progress is possible. By 11 o'clock, Sarah has a complete draft ready for revision. She sets it aside and takes a brief break, walking to the window, stretching her back and shoulders, resting her eyes from the intensity of composition. The morning has progressed toward midday, and Philadelphia's streets show the increased activity of business hours. Delivery carts navigate the cobblestones, pedestrians move purposefully between destinations. The bakery on the ground floor sends up smells of fresh bread that makes Sarah realize she's hungry despite having eaten breakfast only a few hours ago. She returns to her desk after the brief break, ready to revise the editorial draft with fresh perspective. The revision process is familiar, reading through the complete text carefully, marking passages that need improvement, making notes about how to strengthen arguments and clarify language. The opening paragraph works well and needs only minor refinement. The second paragraph, which provides historical background about Thanksgiving traditions, could be more concise. Readers don't need extensive history lessons, just enough context to understand current practice. The section about wartime relevance is effective, but could be more emotionally resonant. Sarah adds a paragraph about families separated by the war, about mothers and wives waiting for news from battlefronts, about the comfort that shared traditions can provide during times of anxiety and grief. Consider the mother whose son serves with the army in Virginia, the wife whose husband fights in Tennessee, the sister whose brother stands guard on some distant frontier. For these families, the waiting is constant, the anxiety unrelenting. Could not a day of unified Thanksgiving provide comfort, knowing that families across the nation pause together to express gratitude for blessings received and hope for blessings yet to come? This edition makes the abstract argument more concrete, connecting national policy to individual human experience. Readers who might not care much about governmental coordination of holidays might care deeply about providing comfort to families enduring wartime separation. The editorial's conclusion calls readers to specific action. Write to your governor encouraging Thanksgiving proclamation, support efforts to coordinate state observances, discuss the importance of National Thanksgiving with friends and neighbours, pray for national unity and healing. Sarah revises the call to action to be more specific and more inspiring. Let every reader of this magazine use her influence to promote this national unity of Thanksgiving. Write to your state's governor, expressing your hope that he will coordinate his proclamation with other states. Speak with your minister about including prayers for national healing in Thanksgiving services. Discuss with your family and friends the importance of shared traditions during this time of division. Together, through patient persistence, we can establish Thanksgiving as the great Union festival it deserves to become. The revision emphasizes collective action rather than individual effort, together through patient persistence, creating a sense of shared mission that might inspire readers who would feel overwhelmed by attempting change alone. By noon, she's satisfied that the editorial represents her best work. The final step is transcribing the revised draft into clean copy for the typesetters, the version that will actually be printed in the November issue. This transcription requires the same careful attention that yesterday's Lincoln letter required. perfect penmanship, no errors or corrections, presentation worthy of publication. Sarah pulls out fresh paper and begins writing the final version, working slowly and deliberately to ensure perfection. The transcription takes approximately 40 minutes, each word formed carefully, each sentence checked against the revised draft to confirm accuracy. When finished, Sarah has produced a clean copy that can go directly to the typesetters without requiring additional copying or correction. She sets the completed editorial aside to dry, feeling satisfaction at having produced another substantial piece of work. The editorial extends her Thanksgiving advocacy from private correspondence to public persuasion, using the magazine's enormous platform to build support among readers who might themselves influence policy through their own letters and conversations. The rest of the afternoon is devoted to more routine editorial work, evaluating additional manuscripts for the December issue, planning content for February, even further ahead than yesterday's January planning, answering accumulated correspondence with authors and subscribers. By 5 o'clock, Sarah has made solid progress on multiple fronts. The Lincoln letter is in the mail, travelling toward Washington. The November editorial is complete and ready for typesetting. Manuscript evaluation continues steadily. The work accumulates day by day, issue by issue, year by year. Most staff members begin preparing to leave as evening approaches. Sarah remains at her desk, as is her habit, working until 6:30 before gathering her belongings and beginning the walk home through Philadelphia's early evening streets. October arrives with cooler weather, autumn colours intensifying across Philadelphia's streets, and the knowledge that the Lincoln letter has been in Washington for several days. Sarah has no way of knowing if it was read, by whom, or what effect it might have had. The waiting is simultaneously frustrating and familiar. Sarah has sent hundreds of letters over 17 years of advocacy, and most have gone unanswered or received only perfunctory responses that acknowledge receipt without committing to action. There's no reason to expect that this letter will be different, despite her hopes that wartime circumstances might make Lincoln more receptive to arguments about national unity. The October routine continues unchanged. Editing, correspondence, manuscript evaluation, planning future issues, all the normal work of producing a magazine month after month. The work provides distraction from anxious waiting, filling the hours with tasks that require attention regardless of what's happening or not happening in Washington. The October issue goes to press on schedule, distributed to subscribers by mid-month. The November issue, containing Sarah's Thanksgiving editorial, is finalised and sent to the printers by October's second week, following the standard production timeline that has the magazine reaching readers approximately 2 weeks before its cover date. And throughout October, Sarah continues writing letters about Thanksgiving. Not to President Lincoln again. One recent letter is enough, and sending multiple letters to the same recipient within short time periods risks appearing desperate or annoying rather than persistent and thoughtful. But she writes to other officials who might influence federal policy or coordinate state-level action. She writes to Senator Charles Sumner of Massachusetts, a prominent Republican who has shown interest in social reform causes and might be sympathetic to the Thanksgiving proposal. The letter to Sumner is shorter than the Lincoln letter, but makes similar arguments adapted to legislative rather than executive perspective. The establishment of a national Thanksgiving observance requires no congressional action, but senatorial influence could encourage presidential proclamation. Your voice, Senator Sumner, carries weight with the administration on matters touching national unity and healing. I respectfully urge you to consider raising this matter with President Lincoln or with cabinet members who might advocate for such a proclamation. She writes to Governor Andrew of Massachusetts, thanking him for his consistent support of Thanksgiving observances and asking him to coordinate with other New England governors about observing Thanksgiving on the same date. Regional coordination, even without federal action, would represent progress. If the 6 New England states would coordinate their Thanksgiving proclamations, designating the same date by agreement among governors, this would demonstrate the practical benefits of uniformity and might encourage other regions to follow similar practices. Your leadership in promoting such coordination would be invaluable. She writes to Horace Greeley, editor of the influential New York Tribune, asking him to use his editorial platform to advocate for national Thanksgiving. Greeley's voice reaches hundreds of thousands of readers, making him potentially as influential as any government official. The power of the press to shape public opinion cannot be overstated. If the Tribune would publish editorials supporting National Thanksgiving observance, readers throughout New York and beyond would be exposed to arguments that might otherwise never reach them. Your advocacy could transform public sentiment, creating pressure for official action that government officials currently feel no urgency to provide. She writes to Lydia Sigourney in Hartford, thanking her for connecting Sarah with Reverend Bushnell and discussing strategies for coordinating letter-writing campaigns. Multiple voices, speaking simultaneously, carry more weight than individual advocacy, even when making identical arguments. If several prominent women write to President Lincoln within the same week, all making similar arguments about Thanksgiving, the cumulative effect might be greater than any single letter could achieve. I propose that we coordinate our correspondence, perhaps arranging for letters from yourself, myself, and 3 or 4 other women of literary reputation to arrive at the executive mansion within a few days of each other. The pattern might capture attention where individual letters would be dismissed. The letters go out steadily through October, each one carefully composed, each one sent to a recipient who might have influence or who might coordinate with others to create collective pressure. Sarah keeps copies of every letter and notes every response, building the paper archive that documents 17 years of patient, persistent advocacy. The responses arrive gradually throughout October, some encouraging and others discouraging. Senator Sumner writes back expressing general support for the Thanksgiving proposal, but noting that a presidential proclamation wouldn't require congressional action and might actually be easier to achieve than legislative approaches. He promises to mention the matter to Lincoln should an appropriate opportunity arise, which is vague enough to mean anything or nothing. Governor Andrew responds positively, agreeing to coordinate with other New England governors about observing Thanksgiving on the same date. This is concrete progress. If achieved, it would create unprecedented regional uniformity even without federal action. Andrew also mentions that he's planning to write to Lincoln himself about Thanksgiving, adding his voice to Sarah's advocacy. Horace Greeley doesn't respond personally. Major newspaper editors receive enormous correspondence and cannot answer every letter, but the Tribune publishes a brief editorial in late October supporting the idea of a national Thanksgiving and noting that such an observance would serve the cause of national unity during these trying times. The editorial doesn't mention Sarah or credit her advocacy, but the arguments are clearly influenced by her letter. She considers this a success. The goal is to advance the cause, not to receive personal credit. Lydia Sigourney's response is lengthy and encouraging, reporting that she's been corresponding with other women's advocates about organising a coordinated letter-writing campaign. Lydia has identified 4 other prominent women, writers and social reformers, who have agreed to write to Lincoln about Thanksgiving in early November. The letters will make similar but not identical arguments, demonstrating that support for national Thanksgiving comes from multiple sources rather than representing one person's idiosyncratic obsession. These responses represent progress, though not the definitive success that Sarah has been working toward for 17 years. Regional coordination is better than complete fragmentation. Editorial support from major newspapers is valuable. Coordinated advocacy from multiple prominent women might carry weight that individual letters lack. But federal action remains the ultimate goal, a presidential proclamation that designates the last Thursday in November as a day of national thanksgiving, creating the uniformity and symbolic importance that Sarah has been advocating since 1846. The November issue of Godey's Ladies' Book, with Sarah's Thanksgiving editorial, begins reaching subscribers in late October. The timing is perfect, arriving just as readers are beginning to think about the upcoming holiday. The editorial appears prominently in the magazine's opening pages, impossible to miss when readers open their copies. Reader responses begin arriving within days of the issue's distribution. Most express support for the idea of National Thanksgiving, agreeing that coordinated observance would be preferable to the current fragmented practice. Several readers mention that they've written to their governors, as Sarah suggested, urging state-level coordination, if not federal action. A few responses are negative or skeptical. One reader writes that Thanksgiving is a New England tradition with no relevance to other regions, and that attempting to impose it nationally represents regional imperialism. Another argues that federal involvement in Thanksgiving observance would violate constitutional principles of limited government. A third suggests that Sarah's obsession with Thanksgiving is inappropriate during wartime when more serious matters demand attention. Sarah reads these negative responses carefully, not because they convince her, but because understanding objections helps refine arguments. The regional concern is worth addressing. Thanksgiving does have New England origins, but it has spread far beyond that region and could become genuinely national rather than remaining regionally identified. The constitutional objection deserves response. Presidential proclamations are recommendations rather than mandates, making them clearly constitutional, regardless of one's views about federal authority. The wartime priority argument actually supports her position, precisely because the war is so serious. National symbols of unity become more important rather than less. But these negative responses are far outnumbered by supportive letters from readers who appreciate Sarah's continued advocacy and who want to help advance the cause. These supporters are the audience Sarah writes for, people who share her conviction that National Thanksgiving matters, who are willing to write letters and have conversations and gradually build the pressure that might eventually produce federal action. The weeks of October pass with their familiar rhythms. Work at the magazine, letters about Thanksgiving, responses both encouraging and discouraging, the gradual accumulation of small steps that might eventually add up to significant progress. And then, on October 20th, something different happens. Sarah is working at her desk during the mid-afternoon, evaluating manuscripts for the January issue, when Thomas brings the day's second mail delivery. Usually, the afternoon mail is light. Most correspondence arrives with the morning delivery. But today there are several letters, including one that immediately captures Sarah's attention. The letter is from Washington, from an address Sarah recognizes, the office of Secretary of State William Seward. She's written to Seward several times over the years without receiving substantive responses, so correspondence from his office is unexpected. Sarah opens the envelope carefully, her hands slightly unsteady, with a combination of hope and anxiety. The letter is brief, written by a secretary on Seward's behalf, rather than by Seward personally, but the content is more encouraging than anything Sarah has received from federal officials in 17 years. Madam, the letter begins, using the formal but respectful address appropriate for official correspondence. Secretary Seward directs me to inform you that your proposal regarding a National Thanksgiving proclamation has been brought to President Lincoln's attention. The President has expressed interest in the suggestion and has asked for additional information about historical precedents and current state practices. Secretary Seward would be grateful if you could provide such information. at your earliest convenience. Sarah reads this letter 3 times, studying each sentence for nuance and implication. This response is qualitatively different from the polite but non-committal acknowledgements she's received in the past. Someone at the highest level of government, President Lincoln himself, is actually considering the Thanksgiving proposal seriously enough to request additional information. The letter doesn't guarantee that Lincoln will issue a proclamation. Expressed interest might mean anything from genuine enthusiasm to mild curiosity that will fade when more urgent matters demand attention. Asked for additional information could be a delaying tactic, a polite way of deflecting the proposal without outright rejection. But still, this is the most encouraging response Sarah has received from the federal government in 17 years of advocacy. Lincoln knows about the proposal. He's interested enough to request more information. He hasn't dismissed it out of hand or delegated it to subordinates who might bury it in bureaucratic procedures. Sarah immediately begins preparing the requested materials. Lincoln wants historical precedents and current state practices, information she has readily available after 17 years of researching and documenting the Thanksgiving issue. She spends the next 3 days compiling a comprehensive response, a detailed list of states that currently observe Thanksgiving, the dates they chose for 1862, and preliminary information about 1863 plans, complete copies of George Washington's Thanksgiving proclamations from 1789 and 1795, copies of James Madison's proclamations from 1814 and 1815, a brief historical narrative explaining how Thanksgiving evolved from colonial New England custom to widespread practice, and statistics showing the growing popularity of the holiday. The compilation is thorough and professionally presented, not just information dumped on paper, but carefully organised materials with clear explanations of significance and relevance. Sarah includes a cover letter that summarises the key points. Mr. President, in response to your request for additional information regarding National Thanksgiving observance, I have compiled the enclosed materials. You will note that President Washington issued Thanksgiving proclamations on 2 occasions, establishing clear precedent for presidential involvement in designating days of Thanksgiving and prayer. 24 states observed Thanksgiving in 1862, but on 9 different dates ranging from November 20th to December 18th. This fragmentation diminishes the holiday's potential to serve as a unifying national tradition. A presidential proclamation designating the last Thursday in November would provide the coordination that individual state actions cannot achieve. On October 24th, she sends this comprehensive package to Secretary Seward's office in Washington. The materials fill several pages and require special packaging to ensure they arrive undamaged. Thomas takes the package to the post office personally, paying for registered mail that provides tracking and confirmation of delivery, and then more waiting. Sarah has done everything possible to provide what Lincoln requested. The materials are thorough, well organised, and persuasive. All she can do now is wait to see if Lincoln finds them convincing enough to act. The waiting is harder now than before because the October 20th letter created real hope, where previously there was only vague optimism. Before, Sarah could tell herself that federal action was possible but not probable, that continuing advocacy was worthwhile even if it never succeeded. Now knowing that Lincoln has specifically requested information and is actively considering the proposal, the stakes feel higher and the anxiety more acute. What if the materials Sarah sent aren't persuasive enough? What if Lincoln finds objections she didn't anticipate or address? What if he agrees with the proposal in principle, but decides that wartime pressures make it impractical to issue proclamations about holidays? No way to know. All she can do is continue the daily work, editing, correspondence, manuscript evaluation, and maintain faith that 17 years of patient effort might finally produce results. The last week of October passes slowly. Sarah checks each mail delivery, hoping for news from Washington, but no additional correspondence arrives from the executive mansion or from Seward's office. The silence could mean anything: that the materials are still being reviewed, that Lincoln hasn't yet made a decision, that the decision was negative and no one bothered to inform her, that the entire matter got lost in the overwhelming demands on Lincoln's attention during a terrible war. On October 31st, the last day of the month, Sarah is working late at the office. It's past 6 o'clock, and most other staff have already left, when Thomas brings one final piece of mail that arrived just before the office closed. It's a letter from Washington, from the executive mansion itself. The envelope bears the presidential seal. Sarah's hands tremble slightly as she opens the envelope, using her father's letter opener to slit the seal carefully. Inside is a letter written on official presidential stationery, though not in Lincoln's own hand. Written instead by John Hay, one of Lincoln's private secretaries. The letter is brief but momentous. Mrs. Sarah Josepha Hale, Madam, President Lincoln has asked me to inform you that he has reviewed your proposal regarding a national Thanksgiving observance with great interest and sympathy. The President intends to issue a proclamation declaring Thursday, November 26, 1863, as a day of national thanksgiving and praise to our beneficent Father, who dwelleth in the heavens. The proclamation will be issued within the next few days and will be distributed to state governors and published in newspapers throughout the Union. The President hopes that this observance will provide our divided nation with a moment of common gratitude and reflection during these trying times. President Lincoln wishes me to convey his appreciation for your persistent advocacy of this cause over many years. I remain, Madam, your obedient servant, John Hay, Assistant Private Secretary to the President. Sarah reads the letter once, twice, 3 times, each reading confirming what the first reading seemed to say, but what she can barely believe. President Lincoln is issuing a Thanksgiving proclamation. Thursday, November 26, 1863, will be a day of national thanksgiving. The campaign has succeeded. After 17 years of letters and editorials and patient, persistent advocacy, a president has finally acted. She sits very still at her desk, holding the letter, feeling the weight of this moment settle over her. 17 years, hundreds of letters, dozens of editorials, countless hours spent researching, writing, revising, advocating, and now success. Real, concrete, definitive success. Lincoln is issuing the proclamation. The goal she's been working towards since 1846 is being achieved. Thanksgiving will be observed nationally, on a single date, with presidential recognition. The fragmentation will end. The holiday will become what she's always believed it could be, a genuine national tradition that brings Americans together, regardless of their regional or political differences. Sarah isn't prone to dramatic emotional displays, but tears form in her eyes and slide down her cheeks as she sits alone in the quiet office, reading and rereading the letter that confirms 17 years of effort have not been wasted. The persistence mattered. The boring, repetitive, undramatic work of writing letters and publishing editorials mattered. The patient faith that steady effort could eventually overcome indifference and inertia was justified. She allows herself 5 minutes of quiet emotion, sitting at her desk in the gathering darkness, letting the relief and gratitude and satisfaction wash over her. 5 minutes to acknowledge that this moment is significant, that achieving a goal after 17 years of effort deserves recognition and celebration. Then she composes herself, dries her eyes, and begins thinking practically about next steps. The proclamation will be issued within days and distributed to governors and newspapers. Godey's Lady's Book should acknowledge this development in the December issue, though there's barely time to add content since December is nearly finalised. Perhaps a brief notice could be added to the editor's column, announcing the proclamation and celebrating this achievement that that the magazine has advocated for so many years. More importantly, Sarah should write thank you letters to Lincoln, to Seward, to the other advocates who supported the cause, to readers who wrote to their governors. The success represents collective effort by many people over many years, not just Sarah's individual advocacy. But these practical considerations can wait until tomorrow. Tonight, Sarah allows herself simply to sit with the knowledge that the work succeeded, that 17 years of patient persistence produced the result she's been working toward since 1846. The October evening has turned to full darkness by the time Sarah finally gathers her belongings and prepares to leave the office. The streets are quiet, lit by gas lamps that create pools of warm light at regular intervals. She walks home through the darkness feeling lighter than she has in years, as if a burden she'd been carrying for so long that she'd forgotten its weight has finally been lifted. At the boarding house, she climbs the stairs to her rooms, changes into her comfortable dressing gown, and sits at her desk to write in her journal. The entry begins simply. October 31, 1863. President Lincoln will issue a Thanksgiving proclamation. The campaign has succeeded. The next morning, Sarah purchases multiple copies of Philadelphia newspapers, the Inquirer, the Press, the Evening Bulletin, hoping to find news about Lincoln's Thanksgiving proclamation. The proclamation hasn't been issued yet, according to John Hay's letter, but perhaps advance word has reached the press. But the newspapers contain only war news, reports of military movements in Tennessee, casualty figures from recent skirmishes, political debates about Reconstruction policies for rebel states that might return to the Union. No mention of Thanksgiving proclamations. Sarah isn't surprised. The proclamation probably hasn't been officially issued yet, and even after issuance it might take a day or two for newspapers to receive and publish the text. She'll need to be patient for just a little longer. At the office, she tells Lewis Godey the news about Lincoln's proclamation. Godey is genuinely delighted, congratulating Sarah on achieving something she's been working toward for so many years. He immediately agrees to make space in the December issue for an announcement and brief commentary, even though the issue is nearly finalised. "This is tremendous news, Mrs. Hale," Godey says, his enthusiasm evident. "Your persistence has achieved something truly remarkable. We'll make sure Godey's readers know that the magazine played a role in this success. Very well done indeed." Sarah appreciates Godey's recognition, while being careful not to claim too much credit for the achievement. "While I'm gratified that my letters and editorials contributed to this result, I must acknowledge that many factors influenced President Lincoln's decision. The wartime circumstances, the advocacy of others, the growing popularity of Thanksgiving among ordinary Americans, all these contributed to creating conditions where a presidential proclamation became possible. This is both polite humility and genuine recognition of complexity. Sarah's advocacy certainly contributed to the proclamation, but she wasn't the only factor. Lincoln might have issued a Thanksgiving proclamation even without her letters, responding to wartime needs for national unity symbols or to pressure from other sources. There's no way to measure the precise importance of any individual contribution to a collective achievement. But still, 17 years of persistent advocacy must have mattered. The letters reached some readers, the editorials influenced some opinions, the arguments shaped some thinking. Sarah's work was part of the constellation of factors that led to Lincoln's decision, even if not the sole or even primary factor. The proclamation is officially issued on October 3, 1863. Sarah's journal entry from October 31st was premature by a few days, but close enough. The text appears in Washington newspapers on October 4th and in Philadelphia papers on October 5th, reprinted in full, along with brief commentary about the significance of this first presidential Thanksgiving proclamation since Madison in 1815. Sarah reads the proclamation text carefully, analysing Lincoln's language and noting how his framing aligns with and diverges from the arguments she's been making for 17 years. The proclamation is eloquent and moving, written in Lincoln's distinctive prose style that combines formal rhetoric with accessible language. The year that is drawing towards its close has been filled with the blessings of fruitful fields and healthful skies. To these bounties, which are so constantly enjoyed that we are prone to forget the source from which they come, others have been added, which are of so extraordinary a nature that they cannot fail to penetrate and soften even the heart which is habitually insensible to the ever-watchful providence of Almighty God. I do therefore invite my fellow citizens in every part of the United States, and also those who are at sea and those who are sojourning in foreign lands, to set apart and observe the last Thursday of November next as a day of thanksgiving and praise to our beneficent Father who dwelleth in the heavens. And I recommend to them that while offering up the ascriptions justly due to him for such singular deliverances and blessings, they do also, with humble penitence for our national perverseness and disobedience, commend to his tender care all those who have become widows, orphans, mourners, or sufferers in the lamentable civil strife in which we are unavoidably engaged, and fervently implore the interposition of the Almighty hand to heal the wounds of the nation and to restore it as soon as may be consistent with the divine purposes to the full enjoyment of peace, harmony, tranquility, and union. The language is unmistakably Lincoln's, the acknowledgement of blessings alongside recognition of suffering, the religious framing that invokes God without being sectarian, the hopeful tone that doesn't minimize current difficulties. Most importantly, the proclamation designates the last Thursday of November, exactly what Sarah has been advocating for years, creating the annual fixed date that makes coordinated celebration possible. The proclamation doesn't mention Sarah or acknowledge her advocacy, but she doesn't expect or need such recognition. The goal was never personal credit, but actual policy change. The proclamation achieves that goal, regardless of whether Sarah receives acknowledgement. Editorial responses in newspapers across the Union are generally positive, though with some regional variation. Northern newspapers support the proclamation enthusiastically, framing it as appropriate recognition of God's blessings and as a symbol of national unity during wartime. A few southern newspapers that still publish in Union-controlled areas respond more cautiously, noting that Thanksgiving has historically been a northern tradition and questioning whether attempting to impose it nationally represents cultural imperialism. But overall, the response is favourable. Americans across the Union prepare to observe Thanksgiving together for the first time in the nation's history, on a single date designated by presidential proclamation. The November issue of Godey's Lady's Book, already distributed by the time the proclamation is issued, arrives at readers just as they're learning about Lincoln's action. Sarah's editorial about National Thanksgiving suddenly seems prescient rather than merely aspirational. Readers who might have dismissed her arguments as impractical idealism now see that federal action was possible after all. The December issue, finalised in early November, includes a prominent notice about the proclamation in Sarah's editor's column. We are delighted to inform our readers that President Lincoln has issued a proclamation designating Thursday, November 26, 1863, as a day of national thanksgiving. This action fulfills the hope this magazine has advocated for many years, that Thanksgiving might become a truly national holiday, observed uniformly throughout our land, regardless of regional or political differences. We trust that our readers will observe this first presidential Thanksgiving with appropriate solemnity and joy, remembering both the blessings we have received and the trials we continue to endure. May this shared observance help remind all Americans of the bonds that unite us even when political conflicts threaten to divide us permanently. The notice is modest, not claiming excessive credit for Godey's role, while acknowledging the magazine's long advocacy. Lewis Godey considers adding more extensive self-congratulation. Publishers love to highlight their magazine's influence, but Sarah argues for restraint. The achievement speaks for itself without requiring elaborate claims about the magazine's importance. Reader letters begin arriving in substantial numbers by mid-November, responding both to Sarah's November editorial and to news of Lincoln's proclamation. Most letters are enthusiastic and congratulatory. Dear Mrs. Hale, I have been reading your Thanksgiving editorials for many years and have always supported your cause. I am delighted that President Lincoln has finally acted on this important matter. Thank you for your persistent advocacy that helped make this achievement possible. Mrs. Hale, your long campaign for National Thanksgiving has borne fruit at last. Our family will observe November 26th with special gratitude, knowing that families across the Union will be celebrating simultaneously for the first time in our nation's history. I must confess that I previously thought your Thanksgiving campaign was somewhat quixotic. I doubted that federal action would ever occur. I am pleased to admit I was wrong. Your persistence has achieved something significant, and I apologise for my earlier scepticism. Some letters come from government officials Sarah has corresponded with over the years. Governor Andrew of Massachusetts writes, "The national Thanksgiving observance you have advocated so long and so eloquently has finally been achieved. Thank you for your leadership on this important matter. The nation owes you a debt of gratitude for promoting unity during our most divisive period." Senator Sumner sends a brief note. Well done, Mrs. Hale. Your persistent advocacy has contributed to an achievement that will benefit the nation for generations. I hope you feel satisfaction at having helped establish this important national tradition. Even Horace Greeley, who rarely responds to individual correspondence, sends a short letter acknowledging Sarah's role. The New York Tribune has supported your Thanksgiving campaign in our editorial pages, and we are pleased to see President Lincoln act on this worthy proposal. You have achieved something significant through patient persistence. Most gratifying are letters from other women who have supported the cause. Lydia Sigourney, various social reformers, and educators who wrote to Lincoln at Sarah's encouragement, readers who wrote to their governors or discussed Thanksgiving with their families and communities. These letters emphasize the collective nature of the achievement, acknowledging that success required many people working in coordination rather than one person's individual effort. Lydia Sigourney's letter is particularly thoughtful. My dear Sarah, we have achieved together what neither of us could have accomplished alone. Your editorials educated readers, my poetry touched emotions, Reverend Bushnell provided clerical authority, Governor Andrew demonstrated practical implementation, and countless readers wrote letters and had conversations that gradually built pressure for federal action. This is how reform succeeds, not through dramatic individual heroes, but through persistent collective effort by many people who share a common vision. You initiated and sustained this campaign, providing the organising force that held our efforts together. But the success belongs to all of us who contributed in various ways over many years. I am proud to have worked alongside you on this cause, and I look forward to celebrating Thanksgiving on November 26th, knowing that families across our troubled land will be observing simultaneously. Sarah files these letters carefully, adding them to the thick file of correspondence related to the Thanksgiving campaign. The file now contains not just advocacy letters and rejections, but also congratulations and acknowledgements, a complete documentary record of a campaign that stretched across 17 years. As November 26th approaches, newspapers publish planning advice for Thanksgiving celebrations, recipes for turkey and stuffing, suggestions for table decorations, reflections on the meaning of gratitude during wartime, schedules of religious services. The holiday that was fragmented and inconsistent now becomes a coordinated national observance, with Americans from Massachusetts to California a state that didn't exist when Sarah began her campaign in 1846, preparing to celebrate together. On November 26th, Thanksgiving Day, Sarah doesn't work at the magazine office. The office is closed for the holiday, giving staff the day off for their own family celebrations. Sarah spends the morning at her boarding house, joining other residents for a modest but festive meal. The boarding house dining room has been decorated for the occasion, autumn leaves and pine branches arranged on the sideboard, a simple centerpiece of gourds and apples on the table, candles providing warm light even during daytime. Mrs. Crawford has arranged for a special meal, more elaborate than usual weekday dinners. The residents gather at 1 o'clock for the meal. Sarah, Mrs. Henderson, Miss Davies, and Miss Cooper, Mrs. Blackwell, Miss Raymond, and 2 other residents who are usually absent during evening dinners but have returned for this special occasion. The mood is festive despite the war's ongoing presence in everyone's thoughts. The meal is traditional. Roasted turkey, smaller than Sarah remembers from family celebrations before the war, but still a turkey rather than the chicken or beef that usually appears at boarding house meals. Stuffing with sage and onions, mashed potatoes, turnips, cranberry sauce, bread, butter, and for dessert, pumpkin pie and apple pie. The food isn't elaborate by peacetime standards, but during wartime when many items are scarce or expensive, this meal represents genuine abundance and generosity. Mrs. Crawford has clearly made special effort to create a proper Thanksgiving dinner for her residents. Before eating, Mrs. Henderson, the oldest resident present, offers a brief prayer of gratitude, acknowledging both blessings received and trials endured. Heavenly Father, we thank you for the food before us, for the shelter that protects us, for the friendships that sustain us, and for the privilege of gathering together on this first National Thanksgiving. We remember those who cannot celebrate today, soldiers in the field, prisoners in camps, families separated by war and distance. We pray for healing of our divided nation and for swift return of peace. Bless this food to our use and us to your service. Amen. The prayer is simple and heartfelt, appropriate for a diverse group that includes women of different denominations and varying levels of religious observance. Everyone murmurs Amen before beginning to eat. The conversation during the meal is pleasant and avoiding controversial topics. Talk about the food, appreciation for Mrs. Crawford's efforts to provide traditional dishes, about autumn weather, beautiful clear day, perfect for Thanksgiving, about small neighbourhood events, about memories of past Thanksgivings with families in other states. Sarah participates in the conversation, but also feels a deep private satisfaction that she doesn't fully express. These women, these residents of a Philadelphia boarding house, are observing Thanksgiving on November 26th because President Lincoln issued a proclamation. And Lincoln issued that proclamation partly because Sarah spent 17 years writing letters and editorials advocating for this exact outcome. Not that she would ever say this aloud. The satisfaction must remain private, unexpressed except perhaps in her journal. Public claims about personal influence would seem boastful and would diminish the collective nature of the achievement. Better to simply enjoy the meal, appreciate the company, and know privately that her work contributed to making this moment possible. After the meal, Sarah returns to her rooms and writes in her journal, November 26, 1863, the first truly national Thanksgiving observed throughout the Union by presidential proclamation on a single designated date. Families in Massachusetts and New York and Pennsylvania and Ohio and Michigan and Illinois and Iowa and California across the entire Union are celebrating together today for the first time in American history. This is what I have been working towards since 1846, 17 years of patient advocacy, finally rewarded with achievement of the central goal. I feel gratitude, certainly, but also a kind of quiet satisfaction that comes from seeing long effort finally succeed. The work was often tedious, writing the same arguments repeatedly to different officials, publishing similar editorials year after year, maintaining faith when progress seemed invisible. But persistence mattered. Tonight, across the Union, families are observing Thanksgiving together in a way they never have before. This unity is imperfect and incomplete. The Confederacy does not observe this proclamation. Families are still separated by war. The killing continues. But still, this is real. This is actual progress toward national unity through shared tradition. And it began with letters, boring, repetitive letters written at my desk over 17 years, each one making similar arguments, most going unanswered or producing only polite dismissals. Never underestimate what letters can accomplish. Never dismiss persistent effort as wasted simply because results aren't immediately visible. The world changes slowly, through accumulated small efforts by people who maintain faith that their work matters, even when evidence suggests otherwise. Today is proof that such faith can be justified. The weeks following Thanksgiving 1863 bring numerous letters from readers, public officials, and fellow advocates, all responding to the successful national observance and congratulating Sarah on her role in achieving this result. Many letters express appreciation for the specific ways that coordinated observance benefited their families. Dear Mrs. Hale, my sister lives in New York while I remain in Pennsylvania, and in previous years we could never celebrate Thanksgiving together because our states observed on different dates. This year, for the first time, we both observed on November 26th. Though we couldn't be physically together, knowing we were celebrating simultaneously made the day feel more connected and meaningful. Mrs. Hale, our son is serving with the Army in Tennessee. We don't know where exactly he is or what dangers he faces, but on Thanksgiving Day, we took comfort in knowing that he too was observing the holiday, that across all the distance and uncertainty, we were united in this one tradition on this one day. These personal testimonies vindicate Sarah's long-held belief that National Thanksgiving could serve important symbolic and practical purposes. The coordination creates connection even when physical proximity is impossible, provides comfort during times of anxiety, and offers a shared tradition that transcends the political divisions threatening to destroy the nation. But achieving one successful Thanksgiving doesn't automatically establish a permanent tradition. Lincoln's 1863 proclamation designated November 26th of that specific year, but it didn't commit the federal government to issuing similar proclamations annually. If Lincoln doesn't issue another proclamation in 1864, the progress might prove temporary, a one-time wartime gesture rather than an established tradition. This question of continuation becomes Sarah's next focus. Achieving one national Thanksgiving is significant, but creating a permanent tradition requires sustained effort to ensure that annual proclamations become standard practice rather than exceptional occurrences. In early December, she writes another letter to Lincoln, shorter and simpler than her September correspondence, but making a crucial point. Dear Mr. President, thank you for your Thanksgiving proclamation, which created the first truly national observance of this important holiday. Families across the Union expressed gratitude for the coordination that allowed them to celebrate simultaneously despite physical separation. I respectfully urge you to issue a similar proclamation for November 1864, establishing Thanksgiving as an annual national tradition rather than a singular wartime observance. Annual repetition will create the permanent custom that serves the cause of national unity not just this year, but for generations to come. Your leadership in this matter has the power to establish a tradition that will benefit America long after current conflicts are resolved. With profound respect, Sarah Josepha Hale. The letter is deliberately brief. Lincoln has already demonstrated willingness to issue Thanksgiving proclamations, so lengthy argumentation is unnecessary. The letter simply requests continuation of what has already begun, framing annual observance as the natural extension of the precedent Lincoln established in 1863. Sarah also writes to other officials who might influence continuation, to Secretary Seward, thanking him for his role in bringing the Thanksgiving proposal to Lincoln's attention and requesting his support for annual observance, to sympathetic senators and governors, asking them to encourage presidential proclamations in future years, to newspaper editors, suggesting that their publications advocate for making Thanksgiving an annual tradition. Throughout 1864, Sarah maintains the Thanksgiving advocacy, but with less intensity than during the peak campaign years of the late 1850s and early 1860s. The cause has achieved its primary goal of federal recognition, and now the focus shifts to maintenance and continuation rather than initial achievements. Her annual Thanksgiving editorial in Godey's November 1864 issue emphasises the importance of establishing permanent tradition. Last year's National Thanksgiving was a triumph of coordination and shared observance, but one year does not make a tradition. We urge President Lincoln to issue another proclamation for 1864, and we encourage future presidents to continue this practice annually. Only through consistent repetition will Thanksgiving become the permanent national institution it deserves to be. The editorial also addresses practical questions about Thanksgiving observance. What kinds of food are appropriate when wartime shortages make elaborate meals difficult? How families can celebrate meaningfully when fathers and sons are absent serving with the army? How the holiday should balance religious solemnity with festive joy. In October 1864, Lincoln does indeed issue another Thanksgiving proclamation, again designating the last Thursday of November, November 24th in 1864, following the pattern of last Thursday in November that Sarah advocated. The proclamation is shorter than 1863's version, but makes similar points about gratitude during difficult times. Thanksgiving 1864 is observed even more widely than 1863's inaugural national celebration. States that were hesitant or resistant in 1863 now participate fully. The tradition is becoming normalised, accepted as part of the national calendar rather than as an unusual presidential initiative. After Lincoln's assassination in April 1865, there's brief uncertainty about whether President Andrew Johnson will continue the Thanksgiving tradition. Sarah writes to Johnson in May 1865, shortly after he assumes the presidency, congratulating him on his elevation under such tragic circumstances, and asking him to continue Lincoln's precedent of issuing annual Thanksgiving proclamations. Johnson does issue a proclamation in 1865 designating December 7th rather than the last Thursday in November, a deviation from Lincoln's precedent that slightly concerns Sarah, though the continued federal observance is more important than the specific date. In subsequent years, she writes to Johnson, encouraging him to return to the last Thursday in November pattern that Lincoln established. The pattern continues through subsequent presidencies. Ulysses S. Grant issues Thanksgiving proclamations throughout his presidency, 1869 to 1877, consistently designating the last Thursday in November and establishing this as the standard practice. Subsequent presidents, Hayes, Garfield, Arthur, Cleveland, Harrison, McKinley, all maintain the annual proclamation tradition, making Thanksgiving one of the few regularly recurring presidential actions. By the 1870s, Thanksgiving is so firmly established that not issuing a proclamation would seem strange, a break with accepted practice rather than merely an omission of something optional. The tradition has become self-sustaining, continuing through institutional momentum rather than requiring constant advocacy. Sarah Josepha Hale continues editing Godey's Ladies' Book until 1877, when she retires at age 89 after 40 years as editor, 9 years at Ladies' Magazine in Boston, 31 years at Godey's in Philadelphia. Her tenure represents one of the longest editorial careers in American magazine history, and her influence on American literary culture and domestic practices is substantial. Her final editorial for Godey's, published in December 1877, briefly mentions Thanksgiving among the many changes she has witnessed during her 50 years of editorial work. Among the changes I have witnessed during my long career as an editor, few give me more satisfaction than the establishment of Thanksgiving as a permanent national holiday. When I began advocating for national observance in 1846, the goal seemed distant and perhaps unachievable, but through patient persistence, through writing letters, publishing editorials, recruiting supporters, and maintaining faith despite slow progress, the goal was eventually achieved. This transformation required patience, persistence, and faith that steady effort could eventually produce significant results. These qualities remain essential for anyone seeking to improve our world, whether through public advocacy or private action. Most worthwhile goals require sustained effort over extended time. The dramatic gesture rarely succeeds where patient persistence often does. I am grateful to have contributed to establishing a tradition that brings Americans together annually in gratitude and celebration, regardless of political or regional differences. May future generations observe Thanksgiving with appreciation for the unity it represents and the traditions it preserves. Sarah Josepha Hale dies in Philadelphia on April 30th, 1879, at age 90. She is buried in Laurel Hill Cemetery, one of Philadelphia's most prestigious burial grounds, where her grave marker identifies her as Sarah Josepha Hale, author and editor. Her obituaries note her long editorial career, her advocacy for women's education, her support for various social reform causes, and her role in establishing Thanksgiving as a national holiday. The Philadelphia Inquirer writes, Mrs. Hale's greatest contribution to American life may be the National Thanksgiving holiday, which she advocated tirelessly for more than 30 years. Her persistent campaign of letters and editorials eventually convinced President Lincoln to issue the first presidential Thanksgiving proclamation in nearly 50 years, establishing a tradition that continues to this day. Future generations will observe Thanksgiving without knowing that a magazine editor's patient letter-writing campaign made the holiday possible. The New York Times obituary emphasizes her editorial career. Mrs. Hale edited Godey's Ladies' Book for 40 years, making it the most influential women's magazine in America. Her editorial work shaped American domestic culture and literary tastes in profound ways. Among her many achievements, she campaigned successfully for the establishment of Thanksgiving as a national holiday, demonstrating that persistent advocacy by a private citizen can influence public policy when arguments are sound and persistence is sustained. Godey's Ladies' Book continues publishing after Sarah's death, but it never achieves the same cultural influence without her editorial guidance. The magazine declines gradually through the 1880s and ceases publication in 1898 after 68 years of continuous publication. But the Thanksgiving tradition Sarah helped establish continues and strengthens. By the 1880s, Thanksgiving has become one of America's most important holidays, rivaling the 4th of July in cultural significance. The last Thursday in November pattern becomes so standard that in 1941, Congress officially designates the 4th Thursday in November as Thanksgiving Day, codifying through legislation what had been established through decades of consistent presidential proclamation. And in living rooms and dining rooms across America, on the 4th Thursday of every November, families gather for Thanksgiving dinner, eating turkey and stuffing, expressing gratitude for blessings received, participating in a tradition that has become so deeply embedded in American culture that most people never question its origins or consider that it once didn't exist in its current form. Few people know that this national tradition exists partly because a magazine editor spent 17 years writing letters advocating for its establishment. Few understand that the unified national thanksgiving they take for granted resulted from decades of patient persistence by someone who believed that coordinated observance mattered enough to justify years of seemingly futile effort. The tradition continues year after year, generation after generation, a permanent part of American culture whose establishment required exactly the kind of boring, repetitive, undramatic work that rarely makes exciting stories, but that can, over time, genuinely change the world. The story of Sarah Josepha Hale and her Thanksgiving campaign ends here, but the tradition she helped establish continues every year, every fourth Thursday in November, when Americans gather to give thanks and to participate in a ritual of national unity that has persisted through wars, depressions, social transformations, and political upheavals. It's a quiet legacy, built not through dramatic gestures or revolutionary acts, but through patient accumulation of ordinary work, writing letters, editing manuscripts, making arguments, maintaining persistence when immediate results weren't visible. The kind of work that rarely makes dramatic stories, but that can, over time, genuinely change the world in ways that dramatic gestures often cannot. As you rest now, let the image of Sarah at her desk settle gently into your mind. The steady scratch of pen on paper, the careful formation of arguments refined over years of practice, the patient belief that persistence matters even when progress is invisible. The mahogany desk where she wrote those letters, worn smooth by decades of use, the inkwell that needed constant refilling, the crystal catching light as she removed the stopper each morning, the steel nib pens that wore down and needed replacing, each one forming thousands of words before being discarded, the blotter that absorbed ink from countless documents, creating ghost images of reverse text that recorded the history of work done at this desk, the paper stack that needed constant replenishing, sheet after sheet consumed by the endless production of correspondence, the morning mail that needed sorting, envelope after envelope, opened with her father's brass letter opener, each one receiving appropriate attention, regardless of whether its contents were important or routine, the manuscripts that needed evaluating, story after story, read carefully and thoughtfully, each one receiving detailed feedback whether accepted or declined, the editorial decisions that needed making, choices about content and presentation that shaped a magazine read by hundreds of thousands of women across America. Day after day, week after week, month after month, year after year, the work continuing with steady rhythm regardless of whether dramatic events occurred or whether progress was visible. Most days were ordinary, no breakthroughs, no sudden successes, just the accumulated small efforts that comprise the vast majority of any sustained endeavour. The same morning walk from boarding house to office, the same worn stairs climbing to the third floor, the same brass doorknob turned thousands of times, the same desk, the same chair, the same window looking out onto Chestnut Street, the same routine tasks performed with the same careful attention, creating through repetition the foundation on which occasional moments of achievement could rest. Rest now, knowing that patient work matters, that boring routines performed consistently and carefully can produce remarkable results. That persistence is a virtue that transforms the world quietly, without drama or fanfare, through the accumulated impact of small efforts sustained over time. The letters Sarah wrote, most of them going unanswered or producing only polite dismissals. The editorials she published, read and forgotten by most readers. The arguments she made, year after year, to audiences who often seemed indifferent or sceptical. The faith she maintained that this work mattered even when evidence suggested otherwise. And then finally, success. Not sudden or dramatic, but gradual and hard-won. Lincoln's proclamation in 1863, the continuation in 1864 and subsequent years, the establishment of permanent tradition that has endured for more than a century and a half. The transformation of fragmented practice into unified observance, creating a holiday that brings Americans together annually, regardless of their differences. This success was possible only because Sarah was willing to do boring work for 17 years, without guarantee of results. Because she wrote letters when no one seemed to be listening. Because she published editorials that appeared to produce no immediate effect. Because she maintained faith in the value of persistent effort, even when that faith seemed foolish or naive. Sleep now, and rest in the knowledge that such persistence matters, that boring work can produce extraordinary results, that patience and faith are not weaknesses, but profound strengths. The tradition continues. Every fourth Thursday in November, families gather. Turkey and stuffing, cranberry sauce and pie, expressions of gratitude and moments of togetherness. A national holiday that exists partly because a magazine editor spent 17 years writing letters that most people never read about a goal that seemed impossible until suddenly it wasn't. Rest now. Let the steady rhythm of Sarah's work lull you towards sleep. The scratch of pen on paper, the rustle of manuscript pages being turned, the soft sound of letters being folded and sealed, the quiet sounds of patient work, continuing day after day, accumulating into significance through sheer persistence, the inkwell being refilled, the blotter being pressed against wet ink, the desk drawer opening and closing, the footsteps on worn stairs, the brass doorknob turning, the morning mail arriving, the work beginning again, as it always does, as it must. Sleep well and wake refreshed, knowing that your own patient efforts matter, that your boring routines contribute to larger purposes, that persistence is a form of faith that can transform the world one small action at a time. The tradition continues. The holiday persists. The work was worth doing, and that is enough. Good night.